Essentials Pack Plus, Business Edition Gold. Software that can do...
One of the jurors indicated to my staff that she needs to talk to me about a potential media incident. I'm not sure what that means, and pursuant to my instructions, my staff stopped her and told her not to say any more. So I'm going to bring her in at this time. It is juror number 706. Good morning. Good morning. The record should reflect that juror number 706 is now present in the courtroom. It's my understanding that you wanted to talk to me about something.
Well, as I came up the ramp from security, or after going through security, and then where it opens up, and before you get to the bank of elevators, on the right-hand side, there's usually people standing around. And there's this tall fella. I've seen him once before. He's tall and slender, wears a suit, and he's a little unshaven. Looks good at him. And he had a different badge on. I think it was a little red. And I tried to see what it said, and I thought it said media. Now, I'm not 100% sure, but as I'm approaching, he had been looking at me, and as I'm approaching, he slides behind the other three people that were sitting there. But like I said, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, and this was after you had parked today or before?
Oh, it was after I had parked. It was after I'd gone through security.
You had already gone through security? You were already in the courthouse?
Yes, and I had come up the narrow ramp from security, going toward the door that would go through for our first meeting area.
Okay, I understand now. Yes. But this person that you think may have had a badge that said media, he did not try to talk to you?
Oh, no, actually, I felt like he was trying to maybe avoid me, because as I am getting closer, he stepped behind the other three, and I could not see his badge. I saw his badge. The distance was probably from here to the wall.
So about 10, 15 feet, something like that?
Yeah.
15 feet maybe? Okay.
Yeah.
20. All right.
15 feet, it sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for letting us know. The media are allowed to be in the courthouse.
Right.
As long as he didn't talk to you or didn't try to ask you any questions, I'm comfortable that no order was violated, but
right.
I appreciate you letting us know.
Yes, and I didn't know if it was okay for them to be there and to look for jurors so that they could recognize us later on.
Well, do you think that's what he was doing?
I don't know. Okay. I have no idea. That's why I thought, well, maybe I should mention it.
Okay.
And I wasn't really sure if I should or shouldn't. And I thought, well, better be on the safe side.
No, and I appreciate you telling me that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. The record should reflect that juror number 706 has now exited the courtroom. I'm assuming that people are not asking me to make any additional record, correct?
No, sir.
All right, and I'm assuming it's the same from the defense. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Mr. King, did you have a chance to review the motion that was filed by the media petitioners yesterday? You said you wanted a little time to think about it, and I think I gave you until today. Do you have a position as to whether I allow the media to have the admitted exhibits that do not show up well on camera? Ms. Nelson.
Yes, Your Honor, I did have an opportunity to review the last night, and we do object. Our reading, I don't know if pushing this button helps.
Yes, that does help. Thank you.
Our reading of the motion was, as Mr. King said yesterday, that it's actually broader than just these exhibits. Our understanding was that the media was providing the exhibits, the photographs of the exhibits that they provided to the court by means of demonstrating some examples of some exhibits that are difficult to see from the CCTV feed, and that they're asking the court to reconsider its original ruling on C-93, denying their request to have access to all of those exhibits.
Do you have any objection to me releasing just the exhibits that have been admitted that do not show up well on screen?
Yes, we do, because we think that this is going to result in multiple requests, repeated requests about exhibits of all different kinds and all different sorts, and this is going to turn into a major distraction for the court and for the parties to have to continue to respond to these requests repeatedly. And so we continue to object, and we incorporate by reference all of the points and authorities and arguments that we made in our original response to C-193. So yes, we do object, Judge.
Okay. To the extent that this is a motion to reconsider my prior ruling, and to the extent that that request includes exhibits that have not been admitted, it is denied. To the extent that it includes or it refers to exhibits that have been admitted that are not visible on screen, the request is granted. And so what I'll do is, from now on, if there's an exhibit admitted, and it is a type of exhibit that is not, that doesn't show up well on camera, we'll plan on providing that, a copy of that to the media, so that they can have it because it doesn't show up well on camera. If the parties at any point have any objection, they have to let me know. I'm not intending to have a process where we're going to have a motion filed each time or a request made each time, and we're going to have argument each time. I think the documents that don't show up well on camera are the ones that have written material on them. Those are the ones that I'm talking about. Okay, Mr. Orman.
Thank you. Actually, sort of.
Thank you, Ms. Tisch-McGuire.
Is Mr. Edson really?
No, Mr. Edson, thank you.
You sort of answered my question, because I was going to inquire as to how that differentiation would be made. I do note Mr. Zansberg, who filed the motion, is here this morning, and I don't know if the court wanted to hear from him at all.
I appreciate him being here. My mind is made up. I reviewed the motion. I'm comfortable with the way I'm ruling, so that's how we're going to do it. Yes.
And, Your Honor, based on that, I'd just like to supplement the record a little bit. Our concern is that if the court's going to be doing this now going forward, and there aren't going to be specific requests made for specific exhibits, we're not going to know exactly when to object. There may be some exhibits that we have different arguments about the media getting a hold of, and we are going to need to know which exhibits have been released to the media to publish in whatever fashion they see fit. So,
okay, I ruled. Let's bring the jury in. Thanks. The record should reflect that the jury is back in the courtroom now. Please be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. How's everybody doing? Good. I know that one of you has a flight to catch tonight, and so we're going to end early today. If you would please let my staff know what's the latest we can end, then we'll plan to end at that time, okay? And before I forget, as I mentioned before, we've gotten lunch for you this week. Next week, plan ahead because you have to provide for your own lunch. So whether you want to bring your lunch or get lunch in the cafeteria here, or you want to go out and get lunch while you're here, any of those options is fine. You just have to plan accordingly, okay? All right, great. Let's see. Who is your next witness, Miss Pearson?
Your Honor, the people call Officer Jason Oviatt.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm on a penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Yes, I do. Okay, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
My name is Jason Oviatt, Jasonoviatt.
Miss Pearson, you may proceed.
Officer Oviatt, who do you work for?
I work for the Aurora Police Department
How long have you worked for them?
since May of 2006.
Did you work in law enforcement prior to joining the Aurora Police Department?
Yes, I worked for about 3.5 years in 2 different agencies in New Mexico.
What are your duties at the Aurora Police Department?
I work patrol, which means that I'm primarily responsible for handling calls for service.
Were you working on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
What shift were you working at that time?
I was working a graveyard shift, which starts at 10 p.m. and goes until 8 a.m.
Had you come on at 10 p.m. on July 19th?
Yes.
Did you hear a call during your shift asking for responsive officers to the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall what time that call came out?
That was about midnight.
What was the nature of the call?
The call was of a shooting at the theater.
Was it a call directed to you, to a particular car, or for more than one vehicle to come?
It was directed to multiple cars. I was not one of the officers who was originally dispatched to the call.
Where were you at the time?
I was at 6th and Laredo at the time.
How did you get to the theater?
I drove from 6th over to Sable and then Sable down to the theater.
Do you know how long it took you to get there?
Only a couple of minutes.
When you arrived, where did you park?
When I arrived, I didn't want to navigate the parking lot because it's a fairly complicated lot with lots of medians and curbs in it. So I just drove south on Sable until I was next to the theater. Then I drove up over the curb and parked on the lawn.
Which side of the theater were you approaching from?
The east side.
And is that the front or the back of the theater?
That's the back of the theater.
When you first came up the lawn, what could you see?
When I came up onto the lawn, there was other officers that were arriving in other parts of the parking lot, and there was on the east corner of the building. There was Officer Sweeney was there, and there were 2 people who were bleeding that were at the corner of the building.
And could we have photo 4740 up on the screen that's been previously admitted? And do you recognize that as the theater?
Yes.
Now there's a pointer that's on the kind of the half wall behind you. And do we have the wireless mic as well?
It's right here to your left, sir.
And if you could use the pointer to show us where you came up and parked when you were approaching the Century 16 Theater.
I parked in this area here.
And then you went across the grass.
Yes.
Where did you first see people?
On this corner of the building, right by the corner of the building itself, up on the sidewalk.
What did you see there?
There were two people that were they were bleeding on the corner there, and that's where Officer Sweeney was standing.
Now, you indicated that other officers were arriving. Do you recall where they were?
Yes, most of the other officers that were arriving came in through the parking lot up here, so they were in this area. There probably would have been a number of them on the front of the theater, but I couldn't see them. But there were officers around here.
Other than Officer Sweeney, were there any other officers on the back of the theater?
No, on the back of the theater, the only officer that I could see was Officer Sweeney. I was aware that there were others, but I didn't see anyone else.
So when you saw Officer Sweeney, what did you do?
Officer Sweeney and I started to make our way this direction along the back of the theater, looking for a way to get inside.
What did you see as you were walking down that sidewalk there?
While I was walking down the sidewalk, there was blood along the sidewalk leading back towards the theater.
Did you know if that was from the people that you were seeing on the corner?
I didn't know.
Did you follow the trail of blood?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
We were looking for a way to get into the theater where, at the time, I thought that there was someone still shooting inside the theater. We were looking for a way to get inside and stop the threat.
Now, were you strolling down the sidewalk?
No, we were running. It wasn't like a sprint. We didn't have a clear destination in mind. I didn't know that I was going to a particular door. We were looking for the suspect. We were looking for someone shooting, so we were moving as quickly as you can while you're sort of looking around and processing that information.
As you were going down the sidewalk, did you see anything else besides the people on the corner and the trail of blood?
Yes, there was a car parked right here, white two-door.
And you're pointing into what would be the first space behind. There's some complex, something there in the center we can see on the map.
Yeah, the first parking space here. This is sort of a gravelly area that's behind the doorway, and this is the first parking space next to it.
Okay, you can go ahead and take a seat. Now, you said that you saw a car parked in that first space by the dumpster, or by that dumpster complex. What color was the car?
It was a white car.
At the time, did you know where that was located in relationship to the numbered theaters inside the complex?
No, I didn't.
Did you later learn what theater is basically in front of where that car was?
Yes.
And what theater is that?
That's the doorway to Theater 9 is located right next to where that car was.
When you saw that car, did you see anyone standing near it?
Yes.
Describe what you saw.
There was a person standing on the opposite side of the car from me. He was dressed in black and wearing a tactical helmet and a gas mask. And at first, I thought that he was another officer.
Now, you said he was standing on the opposite side of the car, so where was he standing?
So he would have been standing on the driver's side of the car, since the car was in the parking space, sort of parked head in. He was standing on the opposite side, close to where the driver was, or to where the driver door was.
And could you see part of him then above the roof line of the car?
Yes, so I could see essentially from his shoulders up.
And what did you see that he was wearing?
He was wearing like a tactical helmet and a gas mask.
Now, you initially said you thought that he was a police officer?
Yes.
Why did you think that?
We were, while we were responding to the call, there were other officers that were on scene and inside the theater that were calling for gas masks because some kind of gas had been used inside the theater itself. So initially seeing someone there in the gas mask and tactical gear, he just at first glance looked like another cop to me.
At the time that you noticed him, were there any other people around him outside of the theater?
There were none that I knew of at the time. I learned of one later.
But you didn't see, there weren't victims pouring out of the back door at that point?
No.
Did you continue towards this car and the person that was next to the car?
I did. Initially, I wasn't so much continuing towards the car as I was following the blood that was along the sidewalk and looking for a way to get into the theater, and that was the same direction that the car was going, but originally the car and this person were the goal that I was moving towards.
Did you think that the blood trail would lead you to a door?
Yes.
As you got closer to the car and to the person, and I presume all of this is happening pretty rapidly.
Yes.
As you got closer to the car and to the person by the car, what did you start to think about?
As I got closer to the car, I noticed that the person behind the car wasn't acting like a cop. All the other officers that were on scene were all trying to find a way to get into the building, or there was a lot of radio traffic for people that had found victims and were trying to notify the fire department of where people needed help. But everybody was going there trying to get in and deal with the shooting. Everybody was urgently doing something, and this person was just very relaxed, standing by the car, not really doing anything at all.
What did that say to you?
That said to me that he wasn't an officer, and given that he was wearing a gas mask at the theater where gas had been used before or during a shooting, I knew that he had to be involved in the shooting.
As you got closer to him, did you notice anything about the gear that he was wearing?
The gear that he was wearing wasn't actually police gear. If I had had a clearer view of him to begin with, and maybe I would not have thought he was an officer. It wasn't like he was wearing a uniform. He was just wearing tactical gear. So it did become clear that he wasn't.
How far away from him were you when you realized he's not a police officer and he's probably the suspect?
About 20 feet.
At the time that you made that realization, what was he doing?
He was sort of leaning up against the car, like he was resting his arms on the car. Really not doing much of anything.
What did you do?
I pointed my gun at him.
And where was Officer Sweeney at that time?
Officer Sweeney was just behind me and to the left. And
at the time that you pointed your gun at the person that was by the car, do you know what Officer Sweeney was doing? Did you see what he was doing?
I didn't see what he was doing. As I was pointing my gun at Officer Sweeney, I heard Officer Sweeney order him to show his hands.
When you were looking at him and you got close to the car, did you notice anything else on the top of the car?
There was a semi-automatic handgun on top of the car.
Was that close?
Next to it.
So you've pointed your gun at him, and Officer Sweeney has told him to put his hands up.
Yes.
Did he comply?
Right away.
What did you do then?
I moved around the front of the car so that I could see the suspect's entire body. So that I ordered him to lay face down on the ground, and I wanted to move into a position where I'd be able to see him when he did that.
Where did Officer Sweeney go?
Officer Sweeney moved around the other side of the car and was checking in the car for suspects, and he told me that there was a rifle case in the car.
At that time, was the passenger door closed?
The passenger door was closed.
When you came around the front of the car, was the driver's side door open?
It was.
So at the point that you get around the front of the car, is the suspect standing still, or is he laying down at that point?
At the point that I got around the front of the car, the suspect was still standing. I didn't order him to lay down until I had moved to where I would be able to see him after he did lay down.
Why was that?
Well, he was a suspect in shooting in a theater. That he'd been shooting at a lot of people. I didn't want to move him out of my field of vision and give him the chance to go for a weapon or continue the fight.
So, do both you and Sweeney get to the driver's side of the car?
Yes.
And then what happens?
After he had checked the car for any additional suspects, I holstered my gun and I handcuffed the suspect.
Wait, is he handcuffed while he was still standing?
No, we got around to, as soon as I got around to the driver's side of the car, I ordered him to lay face down on the ground, and then so he was laying on the ground, proned out when Officer Sweeney was looking inside the car, and then once he had done that and moved around to a position next to me, I moved forward and handcuffed the suspect.
When you handcuffed him, were you able to tell better what he was wearing?
Yes.
What was he wearing?
He was wearing like a bulky black coat and like a really thin sort of windbreaker material pants. It's the sort of thing that when I used to run track that I would wear to warm up before the actual run.
With regard to the coat, did you notice anything specific about the coat?
When I was searching him right before I handcuffed him, I noticed that it had like a built-in armor, sort of like the armor that like a bullet-resistant vest that I would wear.
When he was on the ground, did he still have the gas mask on?
Yes, he did.
Did he have anything else on his face or his head?
He still had the helmet on too. So he had the helmet and the gas mask on.
Now, when you handcuffed him, did you search him at all?
Yes. When I handcuff somebody that's prone out on the ground, the first thing that I do before I actually put the handcuffs on is I just check I search their lower back to make sure that I'm not moving their hands closer to a weapon before I put on the handcuffs.
Did you search him any more thoroughly than that at that time?
Not before handcuffing him, no. I just checked his lower waistband, or his back waistband, and then handcuffed him.
Once he was handcuffed, what did you do?
After he was handcuffed, I moved him over behind the dumpster enclosure there.
So from the car that's sitting in the last space to, can you point it out for us where the dumpster would be that you dragged him to?
Yes.
So you're pointing in front of that larger concrete area on the map.
Yes, that's it's this concrete and metal enclosure around dumpsters, and I moved him over to the other side of that, so that from the position where I handcuffed him, my back was to the theater door, and at that point, I still thought that there may be other suspects, that there may be other shooters, and I was going to move him to a position where I could search him with more cover. Where I was, if somebody had come out of the theater, then I wouldn't have even seen them before they could have shot me.
When you got him over to the dumpster, did you do a more thorough search?
Yes.
At that time, did you find any kind of weapons on him?
Yes, he had 2 knives on him. They were like folding knives. One of them was on his belt, and one of them was in a pocket. There was also a handgun magazine that was in one of his pockets, and another one that had apparently fallen out somewhere on that gravelly area where he was initially ordered to lay on the ground.
So the one magazine fell out of his pocket when you dragged him over to the dumpster area.
There was one magazine that fell out of his pocket either when he was prone down or when he was being dragged over to the dumpster area, and there was another one that came out at some point during that search.
So one of the magazines was closer to the car?
Yes.
And is there gravel right next to the driver's side door of the car?
Yes, that sort of looks like a little U shape next to the parking space on the picture. That's a gravelly area, and that's where he was ordered to lay on the ground.
So is that where one of the magazines falls out?
Yes.
And is the other one then in the area in front of the dumpster?
Yes.
Did you know what kind of firearm magazines these were?
I couldn't have identified brand, but they looked similar to what I have for my Glock.
They look to be magazines that you would use in a pistol as opposed to a rifle.
Yes, they were handgun magazines, definitely.
Did both of the knives that you found on his belt and in his pocket, did you discover those when he was in front of the dumpster?
Yes.
At that time, could you tell any better what he was wearing?
Yes, he was, like I said, he was wearing the bulky coat that had some sort of armor in it. He was wearing the sort of windbreaker material pants. It was really thin material. Underneath those, he was wearing some sort of soft body armor on his legs. And at that point, after I had dragged him over to the dumpster, I had taken off his helmet and his gas mask.
So his gas mask and his helmet were on until you got him to the dumpster?
Yes.
The body armor that you found on his legs, would those be like ballistic chaps?
Yes.
Were you able to do a thorough search of him at that time?
I was, yes and no. I searched him as thoroughly as I could expediently, but there was, given that he was wearing the armor, I really had no idea what was under it. I mean, when you touch armor, it's not like touching other clothes where you can sort of feel what's under there and feel if there's a weapon. When you're touching armor, it's stiff material that it could hide anything.
Did you take his armor off at that time?
Not at that point, no.
Did you ask him any questions?
No.
Did you hear Officer Sweeney ask him questions?
Officer Sweeney asked him if there was anyone else.
Did you hear the defendant respond?
He said, "It's just me."
Was this after his helmet and his gas mask had been taken off?
Yes.
Once he had said that it was just him, what did you do with him next?
That was... I searched him and that took off the knives and the magazine, and then I put him in the... there was another police car that had arrived at some point during that search, and I moved him up off of the ground and put him in the back of the car.
Were other officers helping you?
There were other officers that were there. Officer Blue was there when I was putting him in the car. He may have taken another arm while I was...
Was Officer Sweeney still with you?
Officer Sweeney was... Officer Sweeney was still around. I don't know at what point he went into the theater or went... it was somewhere around then that Officer Sweeney continued on into the theater or was talking to another officer.
So the defendant was put into a patrol car?
Yes.
Did a car pull up to where you were by the dumpster?
Yes.
And did that car stay there?
Yes.
Was he put in the back seat?
Yes.
Did anybody get into the car with him? Or stand by the car?
Officer Blue and I were both, we weren't actually fully in the car, but he was in the back seat and we were in there putting on seatbelts or putting on his seatbelt. So we were reaching into the car.
Did you hear the defendant make any other statements?
Yes.
What did you hear him say?
He said, Officer Blue said something to him, and then he said that, in my apartment. And Officer Blue asked him, is it like set to go off? And he said, if you trip them.
Had you heard the initial question that Officer Blue asked the defendant?
No.
But you heard him say, set to go off?
Yes.
What did that say to you? What did that mean to you?
That we were talking about bombs or some other sort of booby traps.
Where was Officer Blue at the time, and where were you at the time that statement, unless you set them off or if you trip them, was made?
I was just outside of the driver's side of the patrol car, but like at the back seat, and Officer Blue was over by the passenger side, I believe.
Do you recall Officer Blue checking the defendant's pockets when he was sitting in the car?
Yes, Officer Blue took the defendant's wallet out of his pocket while he was sitting in the car.
And do you know what he did with it next?
He gave it to me.
Did you open up the wallet?
Yes.
Did you take anything out of it?
I took out his driver's license, the defendant's driver's license.
Did anyone ask him, did you look at the picture on the driver's license?
I did.
Did it match the person who was sitting in your car?
Yes.
Did you look at the address on the driver's license?
Yes.
Did anyone ask the defendant about that address?
Officer Blue asked him where his apartment was, or what his address was, and the defendant said that he said it's the one on my license.
Do you recall what that address was?
It was 1690 Paris Street, number 10.
Did he have any difficulty answering that question?
Not at all.
What did you do then with the ID and the wallet?
The wallet I just put in the front seat of the patrol car. I just set it on top of the computer. The driver's license I kept with me until I gave it to Sergeant Files later on.
Now that you had information about where the defendant's apartment was, and with the knowledge of the statement that there is something set to go off if you trip them, what did you do with that information?
I relayed that to other officers, another sergeant that was on scene.
Was that Sergeant Redford?
Yes, it was.
Would you recognize the person again that you arrested on July 20th of 2012 if you saw him?
Yes.
Is he in this courtroom today?
He is.
Can you identify him, please, by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's at the defendant's table. He's wearing glasses and a light blue button-up shirt.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification subject to cross?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different than he did on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
How does he look different?
At the time that I arrested him, he had really unkempt orange hair. And he, since then, he's also grown a little bit of a beard and he's put on some weight.
What was his demeanor like when you were dealing with him?
When I was dealing with him, he was sort of vacant. He was very relaxed. He was very calm and sort of disconnected.
What did that seem like to you? What did that mean to you?
Sustained. It calls for speculation, too.
Did he cooperate with you?
Yes.
Did he answer questions that were asked?
Yes.
Did he seem confused about anything?
Not at all.
During the time that you were with him, was there ever any change in his demeanor?
No.
Was there anything else about him that you observed?
He was very sweaty. Smelled bad.
Now, he had a lot of armor on, didn't he?
Yes.
Have you worn a lot of armor as a police officer?
I have, not as much as he was wearing, but yes.
And have you worn a vest in July?
Yes.
And what is it like when you take off your vest?
It's humid. You're very sweaty, and it's like steam coming off of you when you take off the vest finally.
Once he was in the back seat of this car, did you pay attention to him? Were you watching him?
Yes.
Did you stay with him?
I did.
Why did you stay with him?
I didn't want him to escape, and I didn't want. At that point, the ambulances never really arrived at the back of the theater, so the victims that were being brought out of the theater were just being loaded up into police cars and taken to the hospital. I didn't want a victim from the theater to be put into the same car that he was in. I didn't want him to be taken to the hospital. I didn't want him to escape while no one was paying attention to the car that he was in, so I stayed with him.
What was going on in the back of the theater during the time that he's sitting in the back of the car?
There was the people who were in the theater were being brought out. They were a lot of them were pretty badly hurt. They were being taken to hospitals by patrol car, just because that was the quickest way to get them there. So it was like a racetrack back there with with people speeding in to have somebody loaded up into their patrol car and then speeding out to get to a hospital, and lots of blood and shouting, and it was chaos.
Were there a lot of officers behind the theater?
There were.
Do you know how long it was after you arrested him before victims started coming out of the back of the theater?
Not really. I mean, it couldn't have been long, but that section of time for me is really very. It's difficult to track chronologically. I can't really. It seemed like I was there for hours. Logically, I know I wasn't, but I can't really give you good estimates for how long things took right around then.
At some point, did you determine that you needed to do a more thorough search?
Yes.
Why was that?
When I was searching him behind the dumpster, like I said, I couldn't feel what was under his armor, and he could have still had anything at that point. When I was putting him in the car, I was already aware that I was going to have to search him again. I was trying to contain him right away, so that the other problems behind the theater, so that the victims could be brought out and evacuated, so that any other suspects that were there could be addressed. I was trying to contain him right away, and then once the situation calmed down, I thought it would be a better time to do a more thorough search. But after he was in the car for a little while, it was pretty clear that the situation was not going to calm down anytime soon. So I took him out very soon after I put him in to do a more thorough search.
Did you have somebody help you?
Yes. Officer Blue helped me, and at one stage of the more thorough search, Officer Mallory also helped.
So you took him out of the car?
Yes.
Are you still behind the dumpster?
The car was still parked in that same area behind the dumpster. I moved him around to where the dumpster was again, and I made him kneel on the ground, and then I tried to cut his coat off so that I wouldn't have to take off his handcuffs to remove it.
Did that work?
No, there was way too much material in the coat. I was cutting with a razor, but it was just every cut I would make, it was like there was just more to get through. So that was going to take too long.
So what did you do?
That was Officer Mowry was moving past us, so I grabbed him and told him to control one arm, and Officer Blue was controlling the other arm, and I took off his handcuffs. I took off the coat, and then handcuffed him again, made him lay down on the ground, and took off his boots and his pants, and all the armor and everything. I left him in his underwear and a torn T-shirt.
When you took off all of this ballistic gear, what did you do with it?
Everything that I took off, I was just sort of throwing off to the side and getting it away from him, but not really paying attention to where it was going. I was just getting to a situation where I knew that he was not armed, where I knew that he didn't have any other guns or any explosive devices or anything like that on him.
Once you got everything off of him, what did you do with him?
After that, I moved him back to the patrol car and put him in the back seat and waited with him there until the victims had been evacuated.
Were you still concerned that someone might try to get into the car?
Yep. More the people that were being put in the cars, they were in bad shape. I mean, they weren't getting into the patrol cars of their own volition. These were people that were being carried out. I was concerned that somebody would, not knowing who he was, put one of the victims in the back of the car with him. I actually did stop one officer from doing that because they didn't know. I mean, they were bringing a victim to a patrol car, so I had to tell them that this is the suspect, so they would move on to the next car.
They were looking for any car that was behind the theater that they could use.
Any car, just to get them to the hospital. Now,
Officer, sometimes your answers are really soft, so I'll ask you to please keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any sense of how many victims you saw coming out of the theater?
Not really, no.
I mean, a few, a lot, even in that kind of estimation?
It was a lot. I saw a lot of people coming out of the theater. Most of that is sort of a blur for me. A lot of people being carried to cars, so a lot of blood and not a lot of detail.
Did you see a lot of people that to you looked to be very seriously injured?
Yeah.
Overruled?
Yes.
When you were with the defendant, were you sitting in the car or were you outside the car?
I was standing outside the car. He was sitting inside the car, seatbelted, and I was standing just outside the car.
Did you watch what he was doing while people were coming out of the theater?
Yes.
What was he doing?
He would sort of look around whenever a car went speeding past, or when there was something else going on, somebody shouting or something going on outside the car. He would look around. He looked like he was sort of taking it all in, like he was.
Use the microphone, please. Can you pass him the mic? All right.
Actually, we're getting into speculation here.
Give me just a second. The question was, what was he doing? And so it calls for the witness's observations of what the defendant was doing. I'm going to instruct you to make sure that your answer be limited to what your observations were and not speculating as to what may or may not have been happening, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Ms. Pearson?
So you indicated you saw him looking around.
Yes, he would look around, look at the cars as they were going by her.
Now, was he ultimately moved to a different police car?
Yes, he was.
When did that occur?
It was as the victims had been evacuated. He was Officer Irons came and told me that we were going to put him in a different, or that they were going to take him to the police station, and so we moved him from that car to his car, and then they left.
While you were outside the back of the theater, besides the handgun that you saw on the roof of the defendant's car, did you see any other firearms outside?
There was an assault rifle that was over by the exit from the theater.
Was that a rifle that was similar to the assault rifles that you carry as a police officer?
Yes.
When you had dragged the defendant out of the car, take him out of the car for the second search where you took off all of his ballistic gear, did you encounter another victim outside the theater that you didn't see?
No, the encounter with the other victim was during the search before I removed all of the ballistic gear.
Okay, during the first search before you put him into the first police car?
Right, after he was handcuffed and when I dragged him over to the dumpster and while I was patting him down there.
When you were near the dumpster, were you aware of whether or not there was a victim located nearby?
I didn't know when I moved him over to the dumpster, but then I heard somebody inside the dumpster asking if we were cops.
What did the voice of that person sound like who asked you that question?
Like a teenage girl.
Did you ever see this person?
Not for months.
Did you tell her that you were a police officer?
Yes.
Did you ultimately meet the person who was in the dumpster area?
Ms. Pearson, what's the relevance?
It's the person who the jury will be hearing from in this case as part of the story of what occurred.
Well, whether he ever met the person, though, is a different question. If you want to ask him if he ever found out who that person was, I'll allow that, but the objection is sustained.
Did you ever find out who this person was who was in the dumpster area?
I don't know her name.
After the defendant had been removed from the scene in a car, what did you do?
After that, I helped with organizing with separating the witnesses who were inside Theater 9 from the people who were in other theaters. I helped with a canine officer who was sweeping the front parking lot for bombs. I was on a perimeter position for a while.
How long were you at the theater that night? Or do you have any idea when you left? I guess that's the better question.
I think I was there until probably around 9 o'clock. Sometime later in the morning, and then I went to police headquarters.
Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Cross-examination, Mr. King.
Good morning, officer.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm well.
You said, officer, that when you heard this call for service, you were at 6th and Laredo?
Yes, sir.
How far away from that theater is that?
Well, I don't know in terms of miles. Sable is 14,500 east. Laredo is 16,100 east, and then the theaters around Alameda, which is 300 south, and 6th is 600 north. So, I mean, I was several blocks away. I don't know in terms of miles, though.
You were fairly close, though.
It's not a long drive. It would be a long walk.
Or crawl. That would be long.
Yes.
And what what you heard over the radio was that there were multiple shots fired at the theater. Is that right?
What I first remember hearing was that there was shooting at the theater. I was doing something else. I didn't catch the entire call. I just sort of heard that there was shooting at the theater, and then there was information aired that somebody was still inside a theater shooting.
And pursuant to your training, then you attempted to get to the theater along with all the other officers to try to obviously stop that from happening as quickly as possible.
Yes, sir.
And you said, I think, on direct examination that it took you, in your estimation, about 2 minutes for you to get from where your location was to the theater, to the area where you parked in that grassy area off the Sable there.
I said a couple of minutes. I would be hesitant to put an actual number on it because I was just driving fast. I wasn't really marking the time. I was just trying to get there as quickly as I could.
Okay, and I understand that you don't have a stopwatch going or anything like that, but your testimony here under oath was that it was a couple of minutes.
Yes.
It could be 2, right?
Perhaps I should say a few minutes. It could have been 2, it could have been 5, but it was around then.
Okay, so it was between 2 and 5 minutes then.
I'm hesitant to put an actual number on it. I drove as quickly as I could from one location to another, but I would have a really hard time being accurate in saying between this and this and giving you that kind of precise window.
When you arrived there at the back of the theater, you parked in that grassy area that you showed us on People's Exhibit 4740, and you, at that point, proceeded towards that corner of the theater there that was near where you parked. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you were running there, I'm assuming?
Yes, sir.
About how far is that grassy area from that corner where you encountered Officer Sweeney and the 2 victims that you saw there?
I would say that I was probably parked, I don't know, I would say around 20 or 30 feet from, maybe a little farther than that from the corner, but that's, I can't really give you an accurate or precise answer, sir.
Okay, but your best guess is about 25 feet or so?
Maybe a little bit farther.
Okay, 25 feet, maybe a little bit farther. And as you ran towards that corner of the theater that faces Sable Boulevard there, that's when you saw Officer Sweeney and those 2 victims, and they were located kind of on the sidewalk area there. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't see, there were no other officers you said that you saw in that back area of the theater, correct?
Correct.
Presumably there were officers arriving in the front in response to the call as you were arriving, but in the area you were, it was you and Sweeney at that point in time.
Yes, sir.
And the 2 of you begin to make your way southwest then down the back of that building, and you're following that blood trail, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're trying to find a way into the theater. You're trying to be, is that right? Trying to find your way in?
Yes.
And you're obviously trying to do this to get there as quickly as you can, understanding you think that there's still shooting going on in the theater, correct?
Yes.
At the same time, you don't know what you're going to encounter, and so you're being somewhat cautious. Is that fair to say?
Yes, we don't know what we're going to encounter. We don't know. We didn't have a door in mind that we were going to get into, so we're still looking for a way to get in. So we're being cautious, yes.
And as you're making your way down that back wall there, you have your guns drawn, is that right?
Yes.
And you said that, I think you said you were not sprinting, but you're moving as rapidly as you safely could.
Yes.
And at some point, you see a car and a person, right?
Yes.
And the person that you saw was, as you were saying, standing on the opposite side of the car from you, right?
That's correct.
So the car is parked facing in, nose towards the back of the theater, right?
Yes.
And you are approaching from the passenger side of the car, as it were.
Correct.
And the suspect, or the individual that you saw, that you initially thought was a police officer, was in the door to the car was open, the driver's door, and that person was standing kind of in that open door space. Fair to say?
At that point, I didn't know that the driver's door was open, but yes, given that the door was open, that's where he was standing.
Okay. And you said, that you first thought it would be a police officer, and that's understandable with the gear that the person has on. It seems like you fairly quickly after that, though, it clicked in your mind that this was in fact not a police officer. I'm getting the impression that wasn't a long period of time between when you saw the individual and when you identified that you did not any longer think it was a police officer. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And you said at that point, the reason, or at least one of the reasons that you began to think that it wasn't a police officer is that the person wasn't moving with any kind of urgency like you all police officers are trained to do in a shooter situation like that. Is that right?
Yes.
The person was just standing there and didn't seem excited at all, correct?
Yes, I would say he was just standing there. He wasn't actively engaged in doing anything. He wasn't trying to. He wasn't moving towards the theater. He was just standing there.
Right. He wasn't trying to get inside the theater. Wasn't running. Wasn't moving at all. Just standing. Correct.
Correct. I mean, I don't want to give the impression that he was like a statue there, but he wasn't. Right. He wasn't moving around or doing anything significant or urgent.
Right. And so did you see him move at all out of that? Did he walk away from the car, or did he walk towards the theater, or did he walk eastbound towards where you were coming from, or?
No, he turned his head at one point, and then of course he moved around in response to the orders we were giving him to put his hands up and to lay down on the ground, that sort of thing.
Sure. But prior to that, you said he's standing there and he's got his hands kind of resting on the hood of the car.
Yes, but not on the hood, sir, on the roof of the car.
On the roof of the car. Thank you for the correction. And you said that you held him at gunpoint, and when Ms. Pearson was questioning, you said you estimated that was when you were about 20 feet away from him.
Yes, sir.
Understanding again that we can't predict distances with any great precision, but that's your estimate, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you were actually able to get close enough to actually dial in and look at him, you could see that his hands were empty, that there was no weapon in his hands, correct?
Correct. When I first recognized that he wasn't an officer, at that point I could see that his hands were empty.
And you said Sweeney was a little behind you to your left, right?
Yes.
And it was Sweeney that asked him to put his hands in the air.
Yes.
Yeah, and he did.
Right away.
Right away. And then you moved around the front of the car to where he was located, and at that point, could you see that he was actually in the open door of the car?
Yes.
And at that point, when you're standing there, the little enclosure if you're standing there, the car would be kind of to your front left here, correct me if I'm wrong, and the dumpster area with the enclosure is kind of over here to the right. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. It's over to the right, and it sort of extends towards my front. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, it does. And you can see the exit to what you now know as Theater 9, but the exit is, there's no one coming out of that exit during this period of time.
There's no one coming out of that exit. From the position where I held him at gunpoint, I could see sort of the recess in the wall that leads to the exit. I wouldn't be able to see the actual exit until I moved forward onto the gravelly area where I handcuffed him. That's where I would be able to see the actual door that led into the theater.
At that point, though, your concern was primarily with the suspect and taking him into custody safely, correct?
Well, at that point, I didn't think that he was the only suspect, so it was sort of a very divided concern, which is part of why I moved over to the dumpster. But my immediate action was to deal with the suspect that was in front of me.
And to that effect, you ordered him into a prone position, correct?
Yes, sir.
Face down on the ground.
Correct.
And he complied with your order immediately.
He did.
He didn't attempt to run away at that point or to resist you in any way, right?
No, he did just what I told him to do.
When did you notice that there was a pistol on the roof of the car?
That's tough to say. I don't know if I don't know if it was when he was standing next to the car still or as he was moving away from the car. I just sort of this is one of those parts of my memory of that night that sort of gets tough to nail down. You know, I knew at some point in that area of time that that there was a pistol on top of the car. I don't know if it was when he was standing next to the car or after I moved him away from it.
Okay. And you never moved that pistol or recovered that pistol yourself, did you?
No, I left it there.
Now, you said that that pistol was a semi-automatic handgun, and we're going to talk a little bit more with the jury about this, but that, just to differentiate it, that would be different than like a revolver, for example, like a cowboy gun, right?
Correct, it would be different than that.
And you said that it would be similar, or the magazines that you saw were similar to the Glock that you carry, which is also a semi-automatic handgun, correct?
Yes.
Now, this whole time that this is going on, that you said you patted down the small of his back, you put him in handcuffs when he was ordered to the ground. You never asked him any questions, right?
Correct.
And he never never made any statements to you?
No, I was present for the statements that he made while speaking to other officers, but he and I did not converse.
Now, you said that you obviously were aware of the door there, and that was of some concern to you, and that's why you moved him over to the area by the dumpster to more thoroughly search him, correct?
Yes.
And when you did so, you kind of just grabbed onto him and drug him over there, right?
Correct.
And when you did that, he didn't resist you in the slightest, did he?
No, he did not.
And there wasn't even like a normal muscle tension in his body that didn't seem to you at that point.
No, it was like he was completely relaxed.
Because ordinarily, if you're moving someone around who's in handcuffs or against their will, even if they're cooperating, there's some kind of muscular tension as you move them around. And in this scenario, that was just kind of lacking, right?
Yes, he was just very relaxed, and whatever I did, it was, no tension.
Now, you said at some point, Sweeney asked him, and you referred to this just now, a couple of questions, and you overheard the responses, correct?
Sweeney asked him if there was anyone else.
And Officer Blue asked.
Yeah. So between two different officers, there were things asked, and I heard the responses.
And
between two officers, there were things asked, and I heard the responses.
And what he told Officer Sweeney was, quote, "It's just me."
Yes.
When asked if there was anyone else.
Yes.
And Officer Blue asked him something that you couldn't hear, and he said something about his apartment, and then he said, in response to Blue's question, like set to go off, he said, "If you trip them."
That's correct.
When he said that, his voice was kind of calm and detached, right?
Yes.
And by that you mean that it didn't really, his inflection didn't really convey any emotion to you, like he was scared or angry or anything like that.
Correct. It was just, he was answering the question, not emotionally, just answering the question.
And you said that the wallet came out of his pocket, right?
Yes.
And you asked him what his address was, right?
Officer Blue asked him.
And he responded that it was the address on the driver's license.
He said it's the one on my license.
And that had that 1690 Paris Street address on it.
Yes, sir.
Now you said that then you escorted him to the patrol car, and in response to Ms. Pearson's questions about what his demeanor was like during this whole period of time, you said that he stared off into the distance at times, right?
He, yeah, I said he was just looking around. Yes.
Do you, and you recall testifying previously in this case, don't you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall that was a couple times, actually? Do you recall that you testified at a hearing that was on October 15th, 2013?
Yes.
Do you recall testifying at that time that this is page, excuse me, this is the preliminary hearing. I may have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
January 7th, 2013. On counsel, I'm looking at page 40, line 12. Do you recall at that time testifying that the suspect simply, quote, stared off into the distance?
Yes.
You recall that you testified at that time that that the suspect, quote, seemed to be out of it and disoriented.
Yes.
And then again, you testified today that he was sweaty and smelly, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, do you remember that you noticed that the pupils of his eyes were extremely dilated?
Yes, sir.
Can I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Ms. Pearson, do you have any redirect? All right. It looks like the jury has some questions, so I'm going to ask you to wait for just a moment, okay? Thank you. Would counsel please approach? By the way, folks, while we're having discussions here and I have that annoying staticky noise, background noise, feel free to talk to each other as long as you're not talking about the case and you're complying with all my advisements, okay? All right, the jury has submitted some questions, and I have found the questions to be appropriate, and so I'm going to ask the questions of you now. My determination as to the questions being appropriate is based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law. And I should mention that one of these questions was modified consistent with the rules of evidence and other rules of law, and so I'm going to ask it as modified. The first question, which is the question on form number 21, is as follows. You mentioned that the suspect seemed vacant. Just looking for clarification on the word vacant. And so I'm going to allow you to clarify without speculating. So your answer must be based on your observations and not on guessing or speculating about anything. The question again is, you mentioned that the suspect seemed vacant. Just looking for clarification on the word vacant.
So by vacant, I mean not displaying any outward emotion or any outward sign of real engagement in what's going on.
The next question is, can you demonstrate how he was resting his arms on the car when you observed him? And if you can stand up so that everyone can see you.
Well, it's probably easier if I sit down.
Okay.
So if this was the roof of the car, then it was sort of like he was resting his hands like this. So palms.
The record reflected he's got his palms down on the witness stand, kind of loosely resting on the top of it.
I think that's an accurate representation. So the record will reflect that. All right, the next question is, how many people were behind the theater when you arrived?
When I arrived, there was Officer Sweeney at the corner. There were the two people who were bleeding at the corner with Officer Sweeney. There was one person in the dumpster enclosure that I didn't know about, and that's all that I'm aware of at the time that I arrived.
Next, when you say that you made him kneel and made him lay down on the second search, did you ask the suspect or force the suspect down?
It was I was using a control hold to guide his movements, but I was giving him verbal direction as I was doing that. So it wasn't it was sort of a simultaneous thing. It wasn't like I had to force him against resistance to kneel down, but I was guiding him in that direction while I'm telling him, get on your knees.
You may have answered the next question, but I'll ask it anyway. It's a follow-up question to the last question. It is as follows. If you asked, did the suspect respond and or cooperate?
I didn't ask him any questions, but I did give him directions throughout the contact with him, like telling him to lay face down on the ground, or to get on his knees at one point, or to stand up when I was moving him, things like that. And he complied with my directions. I was also guiding him physically, moving him around, but he complied with instructions as I was giving them.
The next question is, while in custody, did the defendant ever say anything to you, and if so, what?
There were the statements that he made to other officers while I was present, but those are the statements that were earlier mentioned. There wasn't anything else that he said to me.
The next question is, why was the suspect kept at the scene for as long as he was? And again, you can't speculate if you know.
I didn't take him from the scene because my car was parked a long ways away, and I was just putting him in a patrol car that was there. The officer that had driven the patrol car there wasn't in the car anymore. All of the officers that were on scene were busy evacuating the theater and getting the suspects, or getting the victims to hospitals. So I didn't take him because I didn't have my car was a long ways away, and he was contained where he was until somebody else came to remove him from the scene.
The last question is, did anyone in the police contain the white vehicle when you were handcuffing and searching the shooter?
There was nobody in the vehicle to move it. The vehicle had been cleared while I was holding the suspect at gunpoint, and there was nobody in the vehicle to move it. There was there was nobody stopping the vehicle from moving beyond that. I'm not sure if that's answering the question or not.
Okay, any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson?
I don't have any additional questions.
Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No, sir.
All right, may this witness be released from a subpoena? Any objection?
Judge, we'd actually ask that he remain on our subpoena on call, and we would contact him in the event that his testimony would be needed again.
Okay, so you're subject to recall. Okay, thank you, sir. Members of the jury, it's 10 after 10, and I think it makes sense to take our morning break at this point. I know we haven't gone as long as we usually go, but let's go ahead and take a break. Please keep all my admonishments in mind during the break. They all continue to apply. They all continue to be extremely important. Enjoy the break, and I'll see you back here in 20 minutes. To reflect that the jury has now exited the courtroom, everyone may be seated. I just want to remind counsel to please try to remember to use the microphone when you can. I know it takes time to get used to it, but if you would move it and put it in front of the person who's in charge of a witness, then that person can use it for objections and responses to objections, okay? All right, folks, enjoy the break. I'll see you back here in 20. Thank you.
Since horses gave way to horsepower, Valvoline's been right here, taking engines apart and RPMs further, making breakthroughs like Valvoline Max Life, our best defense against the hidden signs of aging in cars over 75,000 miles. We introduced motor oil in 1866, and we've been reinventing it ever since. Valvoline, 140 years under the hood.
Education is the gift we give our children.
The Education Tax Credit provides scholarships for low and middle income kids in need. It gives parents tax credits for private and religious school tuition, even funds after school programs in thousands of public schools.
You say to your assembly people, I count too, and my child counts, and my choice counts. If you speak up, this will pass.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, members of the jury. By the way, we will be ending at 3:30 today. That's the time when we have to stop to allow the person who has a flight to be able to make her flight. So you can make plans accordingly, okay? All right, the prosecution may call its next witness, please.
Your Honor, the people call Officer Aaron Blue.
swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
It's Aaron Blue, AARON, BLUE.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Officer Blue, who do you work for?
The Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with the city of Aurora?
For 12 years.
What do you do?
I am a patrol officer for District 2 graveyards.
Working graveyards, what does that mean you work?
10 p.m. to 8 a.m.
Working in District 2 in general, what area of the city is that?
Everything east of I-225 and north and south of Isla.
Does that then cover the area that the Century 16 Theater is located in?
Yes.
Were you on duty on July 19th and 20th of 2012?
Yes, I was.
On that night, did you hear a call requesting officers to respond to the Century 16 Theater in Aurora?
Yes, I was dispatched to that.
Were you dispatched specifically, or was it a call just for anyone to respond?
It was for everyone, but I was specifically dispatched to it.
What time did you get that call?
It was about 12:40.
When you heard the call, what did they tell you you were responding to?
Shots fired.
Where were you at the time that you got the call?
I was about 6th Avenue and Airport.
How long did it take you to get to the theater?
Maybe 2 minutes.
When you arrived at the theater, where did you park?
I parked in the northwest of the theater.
Nearer to the theater or to the mall?
To the theater, in the mall parking lot, essentially.
Could I have exhibit 41 or 4740 that's been previously admitted? And Officer Blue, looking at this, are you able to see roughly the area where you parked when you approached the theater on July 20th of 2012?
It's cut off on the top of the screen.
Okay. Could I have 4741? Does that exhibit show you where you were?
Yes.
And if you can, there's a pointer that's sitting up there, and there's a microphone next to you, a handheld one as well, which may or may not be turned on.
Good.
If you could point out on this exhibit where you approached the theater from and where you parked.
Okay. I came in off Sable and Center Tech, and I parked right about here and entered the theater right about here in one of the side theater doors.
Now, did you enter the theater? You can take a seat again. Did you enter the theater then on the front of the theater?
Yes.
But near the end, not the lobby.
Correct. It was an exit door to a different theater.
Are you familiar with this theater complex?
Yes.
Have you responded to calls there before since it's in your district?
Yes.
When dispatch was giving you information about the call, were they telling you that it was Theater 9?
No, not the initial dispatch.
When you entered the theater from the corner, did you see other police officers on scene at that point at the front of the theater?
Yes.
How many, would you guess?
There were only a few.
Did you see more than one patrol car around?
Yes.
How many would you guess?
Maybe 4.
To you, did that mean that there were probably 4 officers on scene even though you couldn't see them?
Correct.
When you entered, you said, through an exit door into another theater?
Yes.
Do you know what theater you entered into?
I don't recall the number of it.
So you entered into a theater. Where did you go?
People were coming out, pointing to the direction of the back of the theater, saying it's coming from back there. So we cut through that specific theater into the hallway, and then I cut across the lobby area to where people were motioning towards Theater 9.
Were there a lot of people in the lobby at that point?
Yes.
Did you see any people in the lobby who looked to be injured?
Not at that point, no.
Did you go to Theater 9?
Yes.
Had you been familiar with where Theater 9 was in the complex previously?
Yes.
When you got close to Theater 9, could you smell anything?
It smelled like tear gas.
Are you familiar with that from your work?
Yes.
Were you hearing any additional calls or information coming from dispatch as you were going towards Theater 9 that gave you more information before you actually got to Theater 9?
Yes. Dispatch was, other officers were calling for containment on the backside of the theater. They needed more officers over there just to control that side of the theater. So instead of going into Theater 9, I didn't have a gas mask and it started choking me up. So I knew that there was an exit directly to the side of 9, that I went out on that exit door to get to the back side of the theater.
So there was an exit door you could use that did not require you to go into Theater 9 and exit through Theater 9?
Correct.
When you got to the back of the theater, what did you see?
When I came out around the theater in the back, I saw it was Officer Oviatt had a gentleman down on the ground, and I came over to help him.
Did you see any other officers with Officer Oviatt?
Not at that moment, no.
Can you tell us, can we go back to 4740, please? Looking at 4740, can you tell us where you exited the back of the theater?
Let me put it up. So there should be an exit door right here in that area where I came out.
Which would be on the other side of that dumpster.
Correct.
And then the exit to Theater 9 is the opposite side.
Is on the opposite side, correct.
Okay. So when you came out that exit door, where did you go?
I came around and Oviatt was in this general area with a gentleman on the ground.
You can take a seat again. When you first saw Oviatt with the person who was on the ground, what did you notice about this person on the ground? Was there anything that stood out to you?
He was dressed in full protective gear. His whole body was dressed in protective clothing. Looked like a SWAT officer would wear or something like that.
Did he have something on his head?
No.
But you said he had some kind of protective gear on?
Yes.
What did you do?
It appeared like Officer Oviatt was searching him for weapons. He had him cuffed up, and at that point I helped him search him for weapons. I recall taking like a wallet out of his pocket, and then somebody pulled a patrol car up, and we ended up putting him in the back of the patrol car.
At that time, did you say anything to the person that was on the ground?
No.
Did you hear him make any kind of statements when he was on the ground?
No.
Now, you said that you put him in a patrol car.
Yes. Was
he compliant getting off the ground?
Yes.
Do you recall whether anyone was giving him instructions to get up off the ground?
I don't recall. I think we just lifted him up and put him in the car.
When you lifted him up to put him in the car, did you have any sense of whether he was resisting you?
No, he wasn't.
Whether his body was tensed?
No, he was just very sweaty. He was very wet.
Was he, if he wasn't tensed, was he cooperative with you getting up?
Yes.
He wasn't limp like a sack of potatoes?
No.
Sustained.
Once you got him up, you said he was very sweaty. Now, you indicated that he was wearing full ballistic gear, or what looked to you like ballistic gear?
Yes.
Do you wear a ballistic vest to work?
Yes, I do.
Is it hot in the summer to wear those?
It is.
Is it hot even when it's not the summer?
It's hot right now.
So, if a person has full gear on in July, even if it's in the middle of the night, based on your own experience, do you sweat a lot under that?
Yes, you do.
When you got him up off of the ground, you said a car pulled up and you put him into the car.
Yes.
Do you recall which officers actually were involved in putting him in the car?
Just me and Ovid at that time.
Once he was in the car, well, at the time that you were putting him in the car, what was going on behind the theater?
It was chaos. There were people everywhere. There was a lot of people coming out that exit. I remember I could see some blood on the sidewalk. There were officers calling for ambulances. We need ambulances back here. We need help. It was chaotic. There was a lot going on right at that moment.
Once he had been put in the car, did you stay with him right there?
Yes.
Stay next to the car?
Yes.
Did Oviatt stay next to the car?
Yes.
Did you ask him any questions?
Yeah, when we got him in, he started fidgeting back and forth and moving around. He still had all his stuff on, and I didn't find any weapons initially, so I asked him if he had any weapons on him, and he said no, or he initially kept fidgeting back and forth, and then he answered with, "I have 4 guns. I have explosives at my house, and they won't go off unless you set them off."
Why did you ask him if he had any guns?
I'm at a shooting. There's blood. Obviously, somebody's been shot. He's detained. I don't have any weapons on him, and he's starting to wiggle around in the back seat. I'm concerned that he still has something on him that I didn't catch on the initial search.
When you say he's fidgeting in the back seat, now you said he's wiggling. Is that how you would describe what he was doing in the back seat? I mean, what is he physically doing?
He's just moving back and forth and sliding like he's trying to reach. It seemed to me like he's trying to get something.
Overruled. He's describing based on his observations and explaining his actions. Overruled.
So you were saying it seemed to you like he was trying to get to something.
Correct.
When you asked him if he had any weapons, now you said that he had 4 guns.
Yes.
Did you ask him a question about explosive devices?
No.
Was that volunteered as part of that answer?
Yes.
Do you recall the actual language that he used?
He just said, "I have 4 guns. I have improvised explosive devices at my house, and they won't go off unless you set them off."
Did he actually use the phrase improvised explosive devices?
He did use that term.
When he made this statement, did he say it clearly?
Yes.
Do you recall whether or not he was looking at you at the time?
No, he wasn't.
Did he have the gas mask on at the time?
No.
Where were you when you had this conversation with him?
At the patrol car.
He was in the back seat?
Yes.
Where were you on which side of the car were you?
I believe I was at the door, right where we put him in.
Do you know if you were on the passenger side or the driver's side?
Would have been the passenger side, I believe.
With the information that you got from him, what did you do with it? Did you tell someone that same information?
I remember telling Sergeant Redfern that he has possible explosives at his address.
Now, at that time, you said you had taken his wallet out of his pocket. Had you looked inside of his wallet?
Yes.
Had you pulled out a driver's license?
Yes.
Did you look at the picture on the driver's license?
Yes.
Did it look like the person who was sitting in the car?
Correct, yes.
Was there an address on the driver's license?
There was, yes.
Was there any discussion with the defendant about what that address was?
I asked if the address on his ID was his address, and he stated yes.
Do you recall what that address was?
It was 1690 Paris.
Did you pass that address along to someone else?
To Sergeant Redfern.
And why did you do that?
Because he said he had explosives, and is that we needed to add some resources over to 1690 Paris.
When you were finished, did you have both his wallet and his driver's license?
Yes.
When you were finished with his wallet, what did you do with it?
I remember after because then I pulled him out of the car and we took off all his gear, and then we didn't find any weapons on that, and put him back in the car, and I believe I set the wallet and the ID on the computer in the vehicle.
Would that be your common practice?
Yeah, anybody's belongings goes with them. So.
Was it very chaotic during all of this time that you were with the defendant behind the theater?
Yes.
Do you have any idea of how long? Now, you said he was fidgeting in the backseat of the car. Is that?
Yes.
Did you decide that, or did you participate then in another search of him?
Yes.
Why was there a decision made to search him again?
Ms. Pearson?
This officer's recollection is his recollection as opposed to someone else's, and they're all slightly different, Your Honor.
Well, this officer already answered.
We have not discussed this.
I don't believe he did. I think it was a similar question. So the objections to leading question is overruled.
So he was in the back of the car, and you said he still had all of his gear on.
Correct.
Did you determine that there should be another search done of him?
My concern is I didn't find any guns, and he's moving around in the back like he's going to reach for a weapon, and I didn't want to leave him in a patrol car with all that gear, and he find a weapon and end up hurting me or another officer.
Did you take him out of the patrol car?
Yes.
Was he cooperative with you getting out of the patrol car?
Yes.
Did he stand up under his own power to get out of the patrol car?
Yes.
Did you have to pull him out?
Yeah, we pulled him out.
But did he attempt to just stay in the backseat of the car?
There was no resistance. He came right out.
Once you got him out of the car, what did you do with him?
We just cut off all of his protective.
Once you got him out of the car, where did you put him first?
Just right on the ground next to the car.
Where was this car parked?
Just the same location where it came out, where Oviatt was.
Is that behind the dumpster in that area?
Yes.
When you got him out of the car in that area behind the dumpster, what did you do with him?
Just took off all his protective gear.
How did you...
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Can you repeat?
Took off all the protective gear.
All right.
At that point, what did you observe that he was wearing?
He just had t-shirts and a pant underneath.
I mean, before you took off his gear, what was he wearing?
Oh, it was like almost like a ballistic vest, and then he had like almost like ballistic chaps almost, and he had a cup protector. He had arm guards on. It was head to toe.
Explain what arm guards are.
Just like an officer would wear for riot gear, and just like protectors for your arm.
And I can't tell from behind the monitor where you're pointing to, so...
Protectors that go on your arms all the way down.
So you're pointing to your upper arm?
Yes.
Above your elbow? So he still had all of that gear on when you took him out of the car?
Yes.
How did you get all this gear off of him?
I used a knife and started cutting the straps and was able to pull it off.
Did you have to get help from another officer?
Officer Oviatt was there also.
Do you recall any other officers being present?
I don't recall, no.
Was there a lot going on behind the theater?
Yes.
Do you have any estimation of how long he was in the car before you took him out to do this search to get all of the gear off?
Maybe a few minutes, if that.
So at that point, would it be accurate that you had been on scene for just a few minutes?
Correct, yes.
Were officers continuing to arrive behind the theater as you were there?
Yes.
Once he was in the car, when he'd been put in the car the first time, was somebody with him continually?
Yes.
So that he would be unable to disappear without anybody seeing that?
Yes.
And once you had taken off all of his gear, what was he left wearing?
Just a t-shirt and underwear, I believe.
Did you put him back in a car?
Yes.
Did somebody stay with him throughout that time as well?
Yes.
And was he handcuffed the entire time?
Yes.
Was he cooperative with you getting back into the car after all the gear had been taken off?
Yes.
Is that when you noticed that he smelled bad, or was it prior to that?
It was, yeah, when we got him back in the car. Yes.
Would you recognize the person that you saw if you that day that you took the gear off, if you saw him again?
Yes.
And is he in this courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you identify him, please, by where he's sitting and what he's wearing?
He's sitting across from me to the right with a light blue shirt and glasses.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different than he did on July 20th of 2012?
Yes.
How does he look different?
His hair's cut and his color's changed. He doesn't have that orange hair that he had that night.
When he was sitting in the back seat of the car, did you stay with him after you'd taken all of his gear off?
No.
Do you know who did?
I asked Oviatt if he was good here, and Redfern already was calling for people to bring some cars to the back to help transport people to the hospital. So I left at that point.
During the time that you were with the defendant, did he ever show any confusion about what he was being asked to do?
No.
Did he follow instructions to lay on the ground?
Yes.
Once you left him in the patrol car, you indicated that there was discussion then of transporting victims.
Yes.
Had any victims been transported in police cars while you were dealing with the defendant?
I don't know.
Were you focused on the defendant?
Yes.
So once you were finished dealing with the defendant, what did you do next?
I went back to where I parked my patrol car and drove that all the way back around to the back.
How long did it take you to get your car and bring it back?
Maybe a couple minutes.
Was it hard to get your car around to the back of the theater?
Yes.
Why was that?
There were people everywhere. There were cars everywhere. I had to zigzag and go over a few curbs to get back there.
When you got your car to the back, was somebody put into your car?
Yes.
Do you recall what kind of injuries that person had?
They were bringing out a female that was shot in the head and I believe in the leg.
Did they put her into your patrol car?
Yeah, I helped open my door, and then I went around the other side to pull her inside. And that's when I remember Officer Williams, I was just telling him I need a holder airway. You just drive. So he got in the seat of my car and drove us to the hospital.
Where did you get into the car?
In the back with her.
Which hospital did you go to?
We went to University.
Is that the one that's down on Colfax?
Yes.
What was that trip to the hospital like?
It seemed like it took forever. I was just trying to hold her airway. She kept gagging for breaths, and it just took forever.
Did you ever learn who that woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Yes, it was Jessica Gowie.
When you got to the hospital, what did you do?
There were people there already. They came out and we helped load her onto a stretcher, and then as they took her inside, got back with Officer Williams and said, we need to get back there. So we went back to the theater.
What did you see when you got back to the theater?
It was hard to get back in to the theater. I believe we almost parked at the same spot and walked back into the back side of the theater. There's still a lot of people around.
Were you able to talk to other officers on the radio?
I didn't get on the radio, no.
Did you hear what was occurring on the radio?
Yes.
Did you ultimately, what else were you asked to do at the theater?
After we got back, I remember Redfern needed a containment on the whole. He wanted to do the mall and just make sure that no one could get in and out of the whole mall area. Because there were so many jurisdictions that were showing up, we didn't know who was there, and it was hard to communicate because we couldn't do radio communication between jurisdictions. So Officer Williams and I went around to every single perimeter location to make sure that a officer was blocking those areas, and then so we conducted that.
How long did you remain on the at the theater that night? Do you have any idea when you left?
It must have been 9 or 10 the next morning.
One moment. Thank you. I don't have any more questions for you.
Thank you.
Cross-examination, Mr. King.
Morning, officer.
Good morning.
I have only a few questions for you here. If you bear with me, I'll jump around a little bit. When you heard this call out around 12:39 p.m. on your radio, and you were dispatched to the theater, were you alone in your car, or did you have someone riding with you?
I was alone.
And you said, in response to Ms. Pearson's question, obviously you hear on the dispatch that there are shots fired. This is an emergent situation, and you're going to get there as quickly as you reasonably can. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you said that you, I think you said that you got there as quickly as 2 minutes when you heard that. So you would be arriving then somewhere, between 12:39 and 12:41, somewhere in that area. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Now, when you got there and you parked, you had to park some distance away from the theater because of the congestion. And when you arrived, I think you said that there were 4 other Aurora police cars that were already at the theater?
Correct.
But you didn't see the actual officers, you just saw the cars. Am I right on that?
Correct.
And you went straight, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you went straight from your patrol car to that theater and went right into that exit. Is that right? From
Yes.
the other theater?
Yes.
It sounds like you have some familiarity with this theater.
Yes.
Fair to say?
Yes.
How long would you estimate it took you to get from your patrol car into the theater?
Less than 30 seconds.
Okay. And then you went towards where you were being directed towards to Theater 9, correct?
Yes.
And then when you got to Theater 9, you experienced the gas, and you knew the exit to get out to the rear of the theater, fair to say?
Yes.
And so you immediately proceeded out that way because they were asking for officers to contain the rear of the theater.
Correct.
How long would you guesstimate it took you to get from inside the lobby of the theater to out behind the theater by where that dumpster is?
Maybe a minute.
Maybe a minute? Mm-hmm. When you got out there, Oviatt already had the suspect in custody, is that correct?
He was detained on the ground, yes.
In handcuffs?
Yes.
And you don't recall at that point in time any other officers being present, just you and...
I don't recall, no.
And you talked about the statements that the suspect made to you, and you said that those statements were made spontaneously, right? The statements about the explosives in the apartment.
When he talked about the guns, yes, he said he had explosives in his apartment.
And he said that he had 4 guns. He told you, right?
Correct.
What is he? Yo.
Now the wallet, did you take the wallet out of his pocket? Do you recall?
Yes.
And that wallet had his driver's license in it that you later confirmed.
Yes.
His photograph, right?
Yes.
And his address, he confirmed that was his address for you.
Yes.
And are you aware of whether that subsequently turned out to be an accurate address for him or not?
Yes, it was.
Now, with regard to this, the secondary search, and this is really the last area I have a few questions for you on, sir. When you talked about him being in the patrol car, and you took him out because of the fidgeting and you had some concern, right?
Yes.
At that point in time that he's in the patrol car and you make that observation, he's still in handcuffs, correct?
Yes.
And so you take him out of the car, and then you cut off the clothing or the gear.
Yes.
And did you cut the clothing off or did Oviat? Do you remember? Okay. And when you got the clothing off of him, I think you said that he eventually just had his underwear and a t-shirt on, right?
Correct.
And in the course of that search, did you find any weapons on him?
No.
And you didn't find any weapons that were in the back of the patrol car where he'd been sitting either, did you?
No.
During the course of your contact with this suspect, sir, did he ever attempt to resist you in any way or harm you or Officer Oviat?
No.
Did he ever attempt to flee the area, either in the car or on foot?
No.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes. Can you redirect? Okay, officer, it looks like the jury has some questions, so I'm going to ask you to wait here for just a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? I always surprise people when I stop that noise. All right. The jury has submitted some questions, officer, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that these are appropriate, and so I'm going to ask them now. The first question is, in your experience as an officer, have you seen other people who were being contained act similarly to the defendant?
On that scene, just the defendant.
And I'll repeat the question. In your experience as an officer, have you seen other people who were being contained act similarly to the defendant?
Oh, yes.
The next question is, was his failure to resist similar to others you have seen in your experience?
Yes.
The next question is, did you state that you removed the shooter's protective gear by using a knife to cut it off?
Yes.
And the last question is, was the suspect speaking clearly and coherently for every answer he gave?
Yes, he was.
Any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson? Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No questions, thank you.
May this officer be released from his subpoena? Mr. King?
Judge Wood asked that he remain on call in the event that something comes up and his testimony is needed, but we would notify him.
All right, thank you. Sir, you're subject to recall, okay?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, call your next witness, please.
The people call Officer Justin Grizzle.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
Justin Grizzle, Grizzle.
And how do you spell your first name?
Justin, Justin.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Who do you work for, sir?
The Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been a police officer with the Aurora Police Department?
Going on 15 years.
What do your duties consist of?
Currently now I'm the FTO coordinator, which means basically I coordinate the entire training program for our department when our recruit officers get on the road.
What is an FTO? What does that stand for?
Field Training Officer. So we have a bunch of officers that are responsible for training the new officers that come onto the road.
Prior to working at the Aurora Police Department, what did you do?
Firefighter paramedic.
Who did you work for?
West Metro.
How long were you a firefighter paramedic?
Interned there for 3 years.
Were you on duty in the early morning hours of July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And on that night, what did your duties consist of?
I was a patrol specialist, and basically I am responsible for calls for service. At that particular time, I was on a new developed task force, which we called the Summer Task Force, which our chief wanted to implement to impact high crime areas and stuff like that. So currently at that date and that time, I was assigned to the Summer Task Force.
What were your hours on July 19th of 2012?
3 in the afternoon until 1 in the morning.
So you were due to get off at 1 a.m. on July 20th?
Correct, ma'am.
Did you receive a call for service to the Century 16 Theater at about 12:39 on the morning of July 20th?
Well, yes,
what was the nature of the call? What were they asking?
It was an active shooter where people were actively being shot.
Were you familiar with the Century 16 Theater at the Aurora Mall?
Yes, ma'am.
You've been there before?
Yes, several times. I have worked to for 14
Y la computadora se daña. Sí, computer cannot be in hot temperatures. Eso me hace- Computer flavor. It's in flavor.
How long did it take you to get to the computer? I'm sure it felt like forever, but a few minutes.
La copa tuya tenía un hilo.
Very fast.
Eso la vaina.
Did you have another officer with you, or were you alone? I was partnered up with Officer Tony.
Ya se quiere ver por toda parte.
When you got to the theater, how did you approach the theater? Where
Se
did you
saca
go?
una y deja la otra.
Mira, sí, no estar así.
Backside, east side,
Ya estar así.
or the radio that's area.
No estar así. No ve que ese es el más duro.
Ahí está la primera.
And if I could have
Mira ahí.
exhibit 4740 up, please. This is the previous exhibit.
A ver, que le pusieron una copia de toda la cocina de
And there's also a pointer behind the
pues,
half wall. And there's also a lamp behind it.
en la sala en el piso.
Tú la vas a jalar así, la vas a romper.
No se rompe. Y eso te consigue bien, que cambiar como si no te moviera. Toma,
There's a sidewalk curve that I had actually hop over and jump and come through my car. I received that here in parking lot right here.
La de este lado.
When you got to the back of the theater complex, what did you see? I saw complete chaos. Everybody running. People covered in blood. I saw a couple of officers. Somebody that was what I call appeared to be a SWAT officer because they were just dressing. They were by a white car. They had the driver's side open. As soon as I exited my car, I could see these officers who they were confronting me. They went to the ground. I feared that something was happening. I ran up to them. I saw that they were receiving
No, no está afuera.
because they
está afuera.
Ahí está, ¿ves? ¿Quién está afuera en este lado? Si la que tú la coges, yo no sé, yo tenía que coger la entre los dos.
where the white car was you saw.
Está.
Mira a ver si te lo puse en la
Está adentro.
No está afuera. Vete para que tú veas que está afuera. Pelea. Mira esto, Charlie.
To the driver's side,
Si hay que tener los dos, si yo no tengo. Lo tratamos y no pudimos.
Espérate.
Entra una, entra la otra.
Espérate.
Para que sale de allá.
yes. Who were the officers that you saw? The person by the way, they're called officer.
Que salió de acá.
Espérate.
They said that they went down inside
Afuera.
the car.
Afuera.
Where did you run to? I ran to the driver's side of the
La
car.
verdad, ¿cuánto aquí? Vete con allá.
No, levantarlo, ya lo voy primero.
Yes, please.
¿Este está afuera?
When I first noticed them where the car was, they were right here.
No,
By the time I ran up there, they were basically in front of this dumpster. This is a dumpster right here, or some kind of facilities for the theater, and we're in the custody. And so I held his legs down until he got into the custody. When you were holding his legs down, was he resisting in any way?
Espérate.
Involved with the rest.
Sí, pero acá no está.
Several arrests were talking about the father resisted.
¿Está vendido completo? ¿Está vendida?
Está metida, pero le está ahí.
Espérate. ¿Rosario? ¿Rosario? Ok. Yo encajado.
When you saw the suspect on the ground, what did you see to it? He had a ballistic type helmet on, similar to what I used to wear when I was on the SWAT team and worked for 7 years. Ballistic type leggings that kind of went past up the thigh, and a gas mask.
Esta es la que tiene la
Tell
misma.
anything else about his clothing at that time.
Sí, lo mismo, pero...
Just start clipping. When he was on the ground, did you help put him into a police car? Yes, after he was handcuffed, and placed him into a patrol car that was also parked there where was there anybody else in the patrol car? No police officer? No, not the only one. When you picked him up off the ground, how did he respond? How did he respond? He got up with us. We have
Once you put it into a car, did somebody stay with it?
I don't know for sure. I would assume that's our real operation secret.
Okay, dame aquello.
Once he had been put into the car, where did he go next?
Yo soy más grande que
Sí, porque ya estamos en un villa que
So fear that there was possible another shooter. I decided to start.
¿Esto tiene tapa? No tiene tapa.
¿Ah?
Eso tiene tapa.
¿Qué?
Esto tiene tapa.
Like you would use a pistol or a rifle or a shotgun company.
Dale que te encajada.
I can see it.
Dale, dale, que tengo un lado que estamos igual que tú.
Don, dame la tapa.
Todo aquello está bien.
Now, is that grassy area flat? Is it flat like here, or is it?
No, it's complicated. Kind of it'll go down and back up a little bit.
Sí.
So what did you do when you saw the relays?
I got a hold of Officer Sweet and said, "Hey, let's check this out. Possibly another person, unarmed person, previous ladies in the front." There was no way we could tactically approach it. There was no cover conceal, which we call it in the police work. We try to use some kind of concealment to protect us. But we had nothing, so we had to arrest them. Dance onto that right off the way it was coming from. We got into the area. I couldn't find anybody to the right. I didn't know where the players come from. It's like turned around. Turned around, what did you see? Turned around, I could also see the balls on my chest. And I could see it's coming from the white car.
Todo el club.
Suspect in custody.
Todo el club.
I remember recalling it a
No,
hand.
porque no tiene ninguna.
And the green
Mira.
was attached to the hand.
So the relays were like still on. It was still on. But that's something you can turn on and off on a handgun. The light, the list. Had you noticed that handgun flashed this time? Which you first noticed?
When after we got
De un problema menos, yo no tengo. Ay, coño.
turned around from the car, noticed the handgun on top. And I could also see with your handgun in the back pocket of the passenger door.
With your head inside the car?
So,
Que dejé un poquito la ventana abierta para que se viera.
On the car that stood out to you?
Yo me voy a bañar y yo me voy a tirar en la cama.
trainings like that.
Porque un día algo para mí, porque me llaman y empiezan a llamar. Esto está bueno. Me olvidan para el cuarto.
Would you recognize the defendant if you saw him again, the person that you helped arrest on July 20th? If so, you see him today? You identify him, please, by where he's sitting and what he's wearing.
She's in front of me, wearing like a light blue or white t-shirt, glasses on, brown hair, short
No, café.
July 2012. How?
There he had, on that night, he had orange, reddish type hair. He was clean shaven.
Do you have any sense of how long has passed at this point since you arrived on scene until we're at this point where you have now finished searching the area behind the theater?
It's that.
During that time, do you have any sense of how many police officers there are behind the theater?
No, I don't. A lot.
Had victims been transported to hospitals at this time?
I'm not aware of anyone that were transported yet.
Were there a lot of victims outside?
Yes.
What did the nature of their injuries look like to you?
From what I could tell from coming back into the parking lot, most of the people that I saw that were outside were able to walk or at least crawl. Some were crawling. They were covered in blood. I could see, chunks of flesh missing. I could see gaping holes. I could see, just people covered in blood and other injuries that I couldn't tell because clothing was over it, but their clothing was soaked in blood. That kind of stuff.
When you came back up to the back of the parking lot after searching for the laser, what did you do next?
Well, I finished that search in that grassy area. There's some trees there, and I saw a backpack behind that tree. Thinking due to training that possibly is an explosive device. Not very smart on my part. I decided to approach it and open it. I saw some clothing, and then that's when my better half kicked in and said, back away just in case it was, and let somebody else know about it.
Do you know whether or not they ever determined that it was an explosive?
I don't know if they did or not.
When you were back up in the parking lot, did you enter the theater?
Yes, I did.
At what point in this process did you do that?
Could you be more specific?
Had you finished searching the grassy area below at that time?
Correct. Yeah, I finished where the laser dot was coming from, that I thought was coming from, and just that general area. And then I decided I needed to get inside that theater right now because people were still coming out and yelling, help, help, help. He's shooting, he's shooting.
How did you enter the theater?
Through the rear exit door, emergency exit door.
As you were going through that emergency exit door, what did you observe?
I could see trails of blood, lots amount of blood. Leading up to that back of that door, I then saw a AR type rifle, a machine gun type rifle, had the magazine in it, and it was basically the barrel was pointing in a southeast direction. That is laying on the ground there.
Are you familiar with assault rifles?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with an M16?
Correct.
Does the AR style rifle look like an M16?
Yes, exactly.
What was the footing like at this area outside of the theater?
I stepped over the rifle to enter that exit door, and I almost fell down. I wasn't sure what happened until I looked down and realized it was the amount of blood that I slipped in and almost fell in. There was so much blood.
Once you got into the theater, what did you see?
There's like a small hallway, and it felt like forever going through that. And I know it's probably only feet. Once I got through to it, it opened up into the theater. On my right was the screen, and on my left was all the seating. There's some, seating above, and some other seating, and then you had the floor and the theater to my right, the actual screen. It was absolute. It was horrendous. It was a nightmare. Overruled. It looked like a war scene. Now he's describing what he saw. This is his observation. Overruled. The objection has been overruled, Ms. Brady. Ms. Pearson, ask your next question, please.
What could you hear in the theater?
I could hear some type of alarm going off and cell phones. I remember the cell phones. After seeing what I saw, you could hear cell phones, and I wanted to pick them up and answer them. But then, I didn't have time, and you can't. But it was hard.
Were you aware of tear gas in the theater?
Yeah, as soon as I entered, my lips, my nose, my eyes started stinging, which is common with tear gas.
Were there people still in the theater, patrons?
Yes, there were several people in the theater, officers, patrons, victims, people who were dead.
What was going on in the theater at that time? What were people doing?
Screaming, yelling, crawling. People were trying to help the others that needed more help, trying to get them out of the theater. Officers were trying to help people get out of the theater by carrying, by dragging, by having to crawl.
Do you have any sense of how many officers were in the theater at that time?
I couldn't tell you. 5, 6, but I remember.
Any sense of how many patrons were still in the theater?
I want to say a couple dozen.
What kinds of injuries specifically did you see as you looked around the theater?
Lots of trauma, such as holes in legs, holes in arms. People were shot in the face, in the head. Chunks of flesh and skin were just missing. Some were absolutely unrecognizable. Just a whole variety of different types of injuries here.
Did you take action yourself to try to assist the people who were in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Going back to my prior paramedic training, I decided to start checking to see if people were alive, or who we can get out of here, who was actually mobile. So I started going around checking pulses and breathing and talking to people.
How did you do that? Did you walk around the theater?
Walking around the theater, assessing bodies that I saw on the ground.
Did you walk up the stairs into the stadium?
Yes.
What did you do to try to help the people that you were finding that could be helped?
Some, you check for a pulse and couldn't find it. Breathing, couldn't find it. The ones that you found, I would try to sit up or at least go on their side so they wouldn't aspirate on their own blood and vomit and whatever else was happening. Some you just looked at checking.
At the point that you had entered the theater, had you seen any fire trucks behind the theater? No. Were there any firefighters in the theater? When you were finding people that could be helped, what did you physically do?
So it was so chaotic. I remember checking the ones, most of the ones I checked were dead. I remember, of course, the one that were all removed, it's a little girl. I had to step over and I knew she was gone. You can continue on, which is absolutely the hardest thing I had to do. But going back on my training, I had to say one that I could try to say. So it would be absolute. Knowing that this was far beyond what we're capable of, I exited the theater and I got hold of Sergeant Redford. I said, we need to start getting these people to the hospital now.
And what did you do?
I went to my patrol car, I emptied it out what I could to more room for as many people as I could put in there. I got into it, I drove it up to the rear of the exit, and I started loading people into my car.
Who do you recall the kinds of people that you put into your car on this trip?
A couple of them, yes. The first trip, yes.
How many trips did you ultimately make? 4. And 4 trips to hospital?
4 trips to hospital.
Did you go to more than one hospital?
I did 2 separate hospitals.
How many people did you transport?
6.
So going to the first trip, how many people did you take on the first trip?
2.
Did another officer go with you as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Please describe the passengers and people that you took to the hospital on that trip.
One was a female who appeared to be shot in the face and possibly the chest. Who was unconscious, non-responsive, covered in blood, just her body missing. We put her in the back seat, along with Officer Natasha Calloway. And then we put a male in the front passenger seat next to me, who appeared to have been shot in the head too. He had a manhunter and he's covered in blood, drinking blood.
Was he associated with the woman in the back?
He was either her husband or boyfriend at the time. I'm not quite sure. But yes, they worked together.
Once you got them in the car, what did you do?
I left the parking lot to go to the hospital. I aired to dispatch whether I got across or not. I had 2 critical patients en route to Warsaw.
Now, is Aurora South also known as the Medical Center of Aurora?
Correct.
You know, which is one of them an older name and one a newer name?
For 15 years, I've always called Aurora South. That was just what was taught to me, and that's what it's always been in my entire career.
But it's the same hospital.
It's the same hospital.
During the trip to the hospital, what was going on in your car?
The female was starting to breathe and stop breathing. And I was noticing, hey, Mom was there, stay with me. As Officer Calloway attended her, I could hear her, breathe and stop breathing. And we both yell at her and try to keep her going. The male that was sitting next to me kept saying, let's go back, I need to go back, I need to go back. He's like, I need to get my daughter's still there, my daughter's still there. And that's when it hit me there. The little girl that I walked over was probably theirs. So he tried to, at one time, tried to jump out the car as I went to code, lights and siren to the hospital. Because he wants to go back to get his daughter. So I have to not only drive, now I have to grab him by his shirt and hold him in from jumping out of the car. Knowing the entire time that I just wanted to tell him she's gone, but I couldn't do it. So we got to the hospital, and we unloaded the patients. and I let them know. I believe I was the first one there. I can't say for sure. I didn't see any other officers or any other patrol cars. I told them, you're going to have a lot more gunshot victims coming in, so be prepared.
Did you learn who the woman was who was in the backseat of your car?
Later on.
What was her name?
Ashley Mosier.
And the person who was in the front seat, did you learn his name?
I never got his name.
After you finished dropping the first two people off at Aurora South, what did you do?
I aired on the radio to Sergeant Redford, asked if we had more patients need to be transported. He said, get back here now. So I proceeded code, lights and siren, back to the theater.
Were more people put in your car?
Yes, I drove back to the back of the theater on the east side again, and 2 more people were loaded up into my car, both in the back.
Do you recall anything about their injuries that you observed?
I just recall them being covered in blood and moaning and screaming, and that's it.
Do you know what gender they were?
I don't know. Race, color, creed.
Were you did you have anyone else with you on that trip?
No, ma'am.
Where did you go?
Aurora South again.
When you got to the hospital, did you drop them off?
Yes, I did.
What did you do next?
I tried to get back on the radio, but it was so busy now, I decided to go back to the theater in case I needed more. I went back to the back side of the theater again.
Did you pick up another person to take to the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Do you know who that person was?
Yes, ma'am.
What was his name?
Caleb Medley.
Can you describe his condition, what you observed about him?
He had a significant amount of trauma to his face. He was unrecognizable. I thought he was gone. But then I could hear him breathing, so he's not gone. Covered in blood, moaning, gurgling on his own blood, aspirating.
Where did you take him?
I took him to University Hospital.
Why did you go to University rather than Aurora South?
I figured by now Aurora South was being inundated by patients and victims, so I figured we need to start putting them someplace else so they can get the proper treatment.
Did you talk with him while you were driving to the hospital?
Yes. He made some of the most awful noises I've ever heard. I could tell he was dying. I could tell he was gurgling with his own blood. And then he would stop, and then I heard nothing. So I yelled at him. And I yelled at him, don't fucking die on me. Don't fucking die on me. And he would start breathing again. And I would start breathing again. And I would continue. And then he would stop again. And then I would yell at him, don't fucking die on me. We're almost there. And he started breathing again. And then I got to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital, did somebody help you unloading him?
Yes. University was already ready. Somebody must have let them know that this was happening. And they were outside waiting. They had gurneys and everything else. So me and some of the hospital staff, I believe, unloaded him and put him on a gurney. And I headed back.
When you got back to the theater, did you make another trip?
I did.
Do you recall anything about the last person that you transported?
Just covered in blood. Really wasn't saying anything. Was quiet. Wasn't quite sure. Just laying in the back of the seat. Just covered in blood. Not sure what the injuries were.
What hospital did you go to?
University again.
Once you got this person to the hospital, what did you do?
I aired on the police radio to Sergeant Redford, if he needs me to come back, are there any more patients? Excuse me. And at that time, he said, no, I think everybody's been transported. So I decided to stay on scene at University, take command and control over there. I was only off there for quite a while, and patient after patient after patient just kept coming in.
Could you see how they were arriving?
Some were arriving by police car. Some, I think one arrived by ambulance. There's even one that arrived by our jail van, the Aurora City jail van, and others by like personal vehicles.
Do you know how many people you saw arrive at University Hospital? How many victims from this shooting?
25 to 30.
When you were finished transporting vehicles, what was the condition of your police car?
Sustained.
When you were driving to the hospitals, were you aware of, were there any particular sounds that you heard in your car?
Yes. Hold on. There's an objection. What's the objection? Yes. The objection is sustained.
Do you know how long you were at University Hospital?
It's about 9 or 10 in the morning.
Thank you, officer. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Ms. Brady? It looks like the jury has some questions, sir. If you could give us a moment, please. All right. Would counsel please approach?
the backpack to anyone? Yes, I did. And then lastly, do you know whose clothes they wear? No, I do not. Any follow-up questions, Ms. Pearson?
Officer Grizzle, once you saw the backpack and the contents of it, was there anything about it that looked like it was involved in this case or in this crime?
No, it did not. It was like a backpack full of clothes, but I wasn't sure, so I just backed off anyways.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions from you, Ms. Brady? All right, may this officer be released from his subpoena?
You may.
Any objection, Ms. Brady? All right. Sir, you're subject to being recalled for testimony later, okay?
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Call your next witness, please.
The people call Sergeant Stephen Redfern.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of fraud that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name?
Yes, my name is Stephen, Stephen. My last is Redfern, Redfearn.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Sergeant Redfern, how long have you been employed at the Aurora Police Department?
A little bit over 15 years.
And how long is that? Have you worked in law enforcement prior to working at the Aurora Police Department?
Yes.
Where was that?
Prior to coming to Aurora in '99, I was a police dispatcher at the Jefferson County Sheriff's Department, and prior to that was a police cadet and an explorer.
What did your duties consist of on July 20th of 2012?
On that night, I was assigned as a supervisor to, it's called the Summer Task Force. And what that was two teams of officers who were focusing on some of the crime areas, the higher crime areas that tend to pop up during the summer months. So it was kind of an anti-crime type team.
What hours were you working?
The swing shift, so from 3 p.m. until 1 a.m.
So had you come on duty at 3 p.m. on July 19th, and were you due to get off at 1 a.m. on July 20th?
Yes.
Were you asked to respond, or did you hear a call to respond to the Century 16 Theater?
I did.
What was the nature of the call?
The call had come out that there was a shooting at the theater.
And were you getting any more information than that before you arrived?
I was not too close. I was in the northern part of the city, so it took me a couple minutes to get there. The only information I was receiving was that the dispatcher said that people were still shooting in Theater 9, and then the first officers had arrived and were calling out that they were at different locations with gunshot victims.
How did you approach the theater? What direction did you come from?
I came south on Sable from Alameda, and I came in the east entrance to the theater off of Sable. I think it's Center Point. And then I drove over a curb and entered the parking lot.
Did you go to the front or the back of the theater?
I went to the back, the east side of the theater.
When you got to the back of the theater, what did you see?
When I got to the back of the theater, there were 3 Aurora police officers that were with a handcuffed subject who was on the ground, and they were in the process of either had already started or were starting to get him to a standing position when I pulled back there.
Do you recall who those officers were, or do you know who they were?
To the best of my recollection, it was Officer Blue, Sweeney, and Oviatt.
When you came into the back of the theater, was there anything else going on behind the theater at that time?
At that time, that was the main thing that I focused on. There was not a whole lot going on at the back. I was hearing radio transmissions that there was a lot going on inside and at the front, but initially back there it was there wasn't a lot going on.
Did you see anybody who appeared to have been shot behind the theater at that time?
At that time, no. Subsequently, yes, but initially I did not.
When you saw officers Oviatt, Sweeney, and Blue, where were they behind the theater? And if I could have up People's Exhibit 4740. And then there's a pointer behind you, and there's a wireless mic there as well, which I think we'll need to turn on. If you can point to where you came in.
I don't see the entrance here, but the entrance I drove in would have been just kind of on the top of the TV, if you would. I came south on Sable, I pulled in, and then I drove over some kind of curb here and then drove right back to about this location, so fairly close to the rear exit here of the theater.
Where did you see officers Oviatt, Sweeney, and Blue?
Right in that area. Right about here, there was a white vehicle parked, and they were parked, they were on foot in that area to the rear of the vehicle. So all pretty close to this exit. There's a dumpster there. It's all taking place right in that area.
You can go ahead and have a seat. When you first got there, now you said that the person was on the ground. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I remember.
Did they get the person up?
They did.
It's hard to get into these seats with your utility belts on. Did they get him up on his feet?
They did.
And what did they do with him?
They placed him into the back seat of my police car. I remember them removing some items of clothing and things like that from him, and then they put him into my police car.
What happened next? Once he was put into your police car, I guess first of all, let me take a step back. When he was put into your police car, did you stay in your police car?
For a short time, for a couple minutes, yes, I did, and he stayed seated in the back.
Did you have any conversation with him when he was in your car?
No.
When you said for a couple of minutes, what did you do after a couple of minutes?
During those minutes or after? I'm sorry.
Well, during those minutes, what were you doing?
I initially was doing some work on my laptop computer, my MDC, mobile data computer. I had received an identification card or driver's license that appeared to belong to the person that they had detained, and I initially tried to look up some information on him to see what I could find.
Did you do that?
I did.
Were you able to find any kind of information?
Yes, I ran a routine clearance check through the crime computers, and then I also looked in our Aurora Police in-house record system, if you will, and I pulled up both his name and his address in our in-house system.
Do you recall what that address was?
I don't remember the apartment number, but it was an apartment building at 1690 Paris Street in Aurora.
Did the address that you were pulling up in your computer match the address on the driver's license that you had?
I believe so, yes.
Was there any information that you were finding at that point that was associated with that address?
Yes.
What was that?
When I pulled up a history of calls, so calls for police service at the 1690 Paris address, I noticed that there had been a noise complaint called in at that same address that was on the ID within the prior hour. So I don't remember the exact time, but it was about an hour or less prior to arriving at the theater. Someone had called in a loud music complaint at the apartment that at that time I believed to belong to the suspect.
Did that information concern you?
It did.
Why?
I'm not really sure why at the time it concerned me. It just didn't seem right to me. That's the best way I can put it. The fact that at the time we believed that the suspect that the officers had just handcuffed was a suspect in the shooting, the fact that there was a pending or a recent loud music complaint at his same apartment seemed like more than a coincidence to me. It might just be that sixth sense that you get after a while as a police officer, but at the time I just remember thinking there's something not right about that.
While you were sitting in the car during this couple of minutes, what could you see going on outside your police car?
Initially there wasn't a lot of activity going on, but after, and time's a little hard for me, exact times on the timeline of things, but within a few minutes or less, people started to come out of the rear area near by the theater.
What did these people look like?
Initially, and I exited my car and contacted. There was a group of about probably 10 folks who had come out of the theater. There was a couple little girls who had been separated from their parents that were upset. And there were definitely some employees that had come in that group. And I specifically remember one gal, African American gal, who, when I walked up to her, she had a great deal of blood on her head and some brain matter. I shined my flashlight to see if she was injured, and she was not. And at that time, I realized that those substances had come from someone else.
When you got out of your car, was the suspect left sitting in your car?
Yes.
Was anybody with him?
Yes. Officer Oviatt, I either asked him to or he volunteered to stay and keep direct eye contact on the suspect.
Was the suspect in the back seat of a car?
Yes.
When you're in the back seat of a police car, can you open the doors?
No.
When he was first put into your car, did he have ballistic gear on?
He had some. On the lower extremities, I believe the officers had removed what appeared to be some sort of ballistic stuff, from the upper body, but when he was in the back of my car, he still had some sort of items on his lower extremities.
Do you recall him being taken from your car and searched again beyond what you'd, or did you ever see him, how many times did you see him be searched?
The initial time as I arrived, when he was, he being the suspect, taken up off the ground, he was then put in my car, and then the decision was made to take him out of my car again and then remove more of the outer garments that he was wearing.
Do you know how long a period of time that was between when he got in your car versus when he was taken out of your car?
Exactly no, but I can tell you that during that time when I was doing some things on my computer, that is the time when the suspect's actions made me a bit nervous, and that took a couple, 2 to 5 minutes at best. During that 2 to 5 minutes, the suspect was moving around and things like that, so I told the officers to pull him out of my car again and take the rest of the garments that he was wearing off.
When he was sitting in the back seat, could you observe him? Could you see him?
Yes.
What did you observe about his demeanor?
He was moving around quite a bit. Obviously, I don't know why, but he was not sitting still. He appeared to be looking all around. At one point, I recall looking back, and the suspect seemed to be trying to see what I was looking up on my computer, and just kind of looking all around and moving more than I was comfortable with.
Was the way he was behaving consistent with other people who've been arrested that you've had in your police car over the years?
Not really. Most people that, when they're put in a police car, will just sit there and for whatever reason they're in the car, but most of the time they'll A, either converse with you, or B, just kind of sit there and wait to see what's going to happen next.
And how was his behavior not consistent with what you normally see?
He was moving around more. He definitely was looking out the kind of the back window and the side window from the door where he was seated. Seemed very interested in what was going on around where we were.
So he was taken out of the car and more of his items were taken off?
Yes.
Were you involved in assisting to take off any of the other ballistic gear that he had on?
No, I think I was still doing some things on the computer. I told the officers to pull him out of the car, take the rest of that stuff off. I remember, I think it was Officer Blue asking, "Are you sure he'll be down to his underwear?" And I said, "Yes, take all of that stuff off and then put him back in."
And was he put back in your car in his underwear?
Yes, he may have had some sort of undershirt on. I don't remember clearly, but all of the ballistic looking clothing had been taken off.
During the time that this is occurring now, in the second search, what is happening behind the theater?
At that time is when that first group of folks, about the 10 people that I contacted, came out. Once we determined that they were not, in our eyes, involved or as suspects, we sent them away. And then a short time later, officers began to bring victims out of the rear of Theater 9.
The victims that you saw being brought out of the theater, what did they look like?
There was all of them were injured. I believe, based on radio transmissions and things like that, everyone who was able to walk on their own, the majority of them had exited the front of the theater. And so the people that were being brought out to where I was were all people who needed help from police to get out. They were not able to do so on their own.
At some point, did you get information, or did you hear any statements the defendant made to any police officers when he was sitting in the back of your car?
No, not directly.
Was information relayed to you about a statement involving explosives that could be tripped at his apartment?
Yes.
When you learned that information, what did you do?
When information was relayed to me about the potential that there might be some sort of explosives at the Paris Street address, I believe I telephoned, not radio, one of the sergeants with the narcotics unit. I had previously noticed that there were some of the plainclothes detectives with the narcotics section there, and I figured they might be a good resource to actually go to the Paris Street address to start some surveillance on that address, because we just didn't know what all was going on yet.
By the time that you learned this information, had you learned about the noise complaint?
Yes.
Did the way that you viewed the information about the noise complaint change once you learned of this statement regarding explosives?
What's the relevancy? Why don't you approach? Okay, the objection is overruled, but actually sustained. And Ms. Pearson, you should proceed as we spoke about here at the bench.
When you had learned of the noise complaint at the apartment, and when you learned that there was information about possible explosives, did that drive your decision to ask somebody to go and look at the apartment?
Yes.
Now, the defendant was sitting in the back seat of your car. Did you transport him to the jail?
I did not.
Was he taken right away to the jail?
No.
Why was that?
Honestly, at that point, shortly after that first group of folks I talked about came out, we were so inundated with severely injured folks back where we were that at that time the defendant was the least of our priorities. He was handcuffed and secure in a car. Our focus turned more to dealing with the injured folks at that time as opposed to quickly getting him to the police department. It just wasn't a priority.
Do you know how long he sat in your car?
I don't. A lot of the times I have to estimate just because there was so much going on, but he was probably back on scene for at least 30 minutes in my car before we took him to the police station.
Is that unusual for a normal circumstance?
Yes, especially on a crime where you have a victim. A lot of times the priority is, once the suspect's apprehended, is to just get them out of the area, get them to the police station or the jail. So in this case, yes, that was unusual.
Was there anything about this circumstance that was normal, that would involve using normal things that you would do in a call?
No, this was the most abnormal call for service I've ever handled.
Did you end up going into the theater?
Briefly, more so into the back hallway area, but I never fully went into the theater.
At some point, was a decision made to transport victims in police cars?
Yes.
Do you know how that came about?
I do.
What was it that caused you to do that?
After probably 12 to 15 injured people had been brought out by officers and set down on the sidewalk area, we'd made probably 8, 10 requests via radio for ambulances, for paramedics, and none of those were answered. We had one paramedic that was with us, and he was a police officer, and thankfully he was able to evaluate some of the injuries, but we were not getting ambulances, and we had requested numerous times, and quite honestly, out of desperation of watching what I thought was watching some of these people passing in front of our eyes, I conversed with Officer Grizzle and said, let's start putting some people in police cars. I told him to go get his car. He did that, and that began kind of a process of taking all of the folks that we had in the back, putting them in cars, and sending them to hospitals.
Was his the first car that was used to transport a victim to the hospital?
Yes, he had an unmarked police car that night, and I believe we were able to put someone in the back, and then he made subsequent trips back to the theater.
Did you stay in the back of the theater once he had left for the hospital?
Yes, I ended up kind of supervising the evacuation of these victims. Once the officers would bring them back to us, we tried to evaluate who needed to go first. And then I was wearing latex gloves because I was helping load a lot of these people into the cars. And as we sent people to the hospital, I, with my pen on my latex glove, would make a tick to which hospital we sent them to. So after, I think, about 8 or 9 people we had sent to Aurora South Hospital, I realized that was a lot, and I started telling people to go to university.
How many people did you load into cars in the back of the theater?
I'm not sure, but I physically helped at least 10, probably. Police cars are not designed for that sort of activity, so especially some of the more injured people that couldn't help us help them, it took 4 or 5 officers to load some of those folks into the back of those cars.
Were vehicles besides police cars used?
The last victim that we transported from the back, I believe we put into a crime lab truck that had arrived. At that point, to me, it didn't matter what we put them in. So we used all police cars, where I was at least, and then the crime lab vehicle.
While you were behind the theater, did you see any firearms?
Yes.
Where did you see them?
There was what appeared to be a Glock pistol on the roof of the white sedan that was parked behind there that we had believed was the suspect's. There was a handgun in the passenger side door pocket of the suspect vehicle. I could see it sticking out of the door pocket down on the door of the passenger seat or passenger side. And then I saw a long gun that looked like a rifle or a shotgun laying at the entryway from the back where we were to the hallway leading into the theater.
Did anybody disturb any of those guns? Anybody pick them up who shouldn't have picked them up?
Not that I saw. I think everybody wanted to leave them where they were, and I didn't see anybody doing anything to those.
When you had heard the statement about there possibly being IEDs at the defendant's apartment, did you request that the bomb squad respond?
Yes, I very early on requested the bomb squad to actually respond to the theater.
Was that because of that statement, or was it because of some other reason?
Well, it was both because of that statement, which was obviously concerning. I thought that if maybe there was devices at his home, there could easily be in the vehicle, and then just my knowledge of other incidents where devices have been left to harm first responders and such. It was I just wanted to have the bomb squad there in case we did find something that was of that nature.
How long did you stay behind the theater that night?
I stayed behind the theater until the last victim was transported. Everyone else that was remained on scene was deemed to be deceased. And once we got the last gentleman into the crime lab truck, I believe shortly thereafter I went around to the front of the theater where the command post was being set up and assisted in some other matters there.
Do you know how long it took to transport all of the victims away from the scene?
I don't. It took a while. I would estimate a half an hour, but I could be way off. The timeline for me is not very clear, and I apologize.
Did the circumstances at this incident make it harder to keep track of time than at other crime scenes you responded to?
Interesting.
Was it difficult to keep track of time that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Do you have any cross-examination, Mr. King? 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Two questions, Sergeant. Sergeant, when you responded to the theater, you went directly to the back of the theater. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you did so, and correct me if I'm wrong, but because Officer Sweeney had radioed for a car in the back.
Yes, almost the exact time I was pulling into the area, Officer Sweeney relayed via the radio that he needed I believe he said, marked police car to the back of the theater, so I went there.
Now, I think you said in direct testimony that listening to the radio traffic, it seemed like there were other officers responding to the front of the theater. But when you went to the back of the theater, the only officers that were there were yourself, Oviatt, Blue, and Sweeney, correct?
That's the way I recall, yes.
Now, with regard to the search of the defendant, well, first, when you arrived, shortly after you pulled up there, the other officers were getting the suspect off the ground into a standing position. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was at that point that he was placed in your car, right?
Shortly thereafter, yes.
And you said that he had been searched partially at that point on his torso area. The clothing had been taken off, but not the rest of his outfit.
Correct. And again, I wasn't involved in that, but I was observing some of it. So that's, to the best of my knowledge, that's correct.
Sure. And so while he's seated in the back of your car, he doesn't have any of the ballistic gear still on his torso, but he does have the leggings part on.
That's how it appeared from where I was seated. Yes.
And when he was removed that second time, that's when the officers took the rest of the clothing off of him.
Yes.
And do you recall how they took it off of him? Did they were they able to take it off, or did they have to cut it off?
I don't know. I was still working. I believe. I'm certain that as they took him out of my car, I was still seated in the driver's seat, and I think looking at the computer, because I specifically remember just hollering to them saying, "Hey, get him out of the car and take that stuff off." And I don't think I got out of my car, so I can't tell you accurately how they took it off.
And you're aware that when he was subsequently searched after being taken out of your car, that there were no weapons that were found on him, right?
I don't think they found any, no.
Okay. And you didn't find any weapons in the back of your car, did you?
No.
1 minute, Judge?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Ms. Pearson, do you have any redirect? Sir, it looks like the jury may have some questions, so give us just a moment, please. Thank you. Would counsel please approach? All right, Sergeant, there's a question. Actually, it's a couple of questions that the jury has submitted, and I have found, based on the rules of evidence and other applicable rules of law, that they are appropriate. The first question is, in your experience as an officer, after the defendant's gear was off and he was sitting in the car, was his demeanor similar or different than other defendants you have observed? And then the follow-up is, how was it similar and different to what you observed in the past with other defendants? I can read it again if you need me to.
No, I'm just trying to think best how to answer that. That's, for me, a tough question, just because I'd never dealt with a situation such as this. Just the enormity of the situation. So it's hard to compare, for me, it's hard to compare the demeanor of this defendant to others because I'd never dealt with a defendant or a suspect that had been involved in something like this. What struck me about this individual was the desire, it appeared on his part, to be very concerned with what was going on outside of the car. And as we were dealing with victims, the suspect was very interested, it appeared, based on turning around and looking what was going on as to what was happening. Over 15 years, I've arrested a lot of people, and their behaviors vary drastically depending on a lot of factors. So, long answer, but I can't give you a specific answer on that and how he was necessarily different.
Okay, any follow-up questions based on those questions, Ms. Pearson? Any follow-up questions from you, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right, may the sergeant be released from his subpoena? Any objection, Mr. King?
Judge, we're again asking that he remain on call should testimony be needed later.
All right, thank you. You're subject to the defense's subpoena, and you may be recalled, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right, members of the jury, it's almost 12:20, so I think it makes sense to take our lunch break. Is it okay with you if we take 1 hour since we're having a short day today? Anybody not okay with that? Okay, great. Are the parties okay with taking 1 hour? Yes. All right, let's take 1 hour. Please follow all of my advisements. All of them apply during the lunch break. All of them are extremely important. Enjoy your lunch. I'll see you back here at 1:20. Oh, Ms. Pearson, everyone may be seated, by the way. Anything we need to talk about on behalf of the people?
Just briefly, Your Honor, we just wanted to confirm with the court that officers who've been released from their subpoenas are okay to watch the trial from now on and are exempt from sequestration.
Is there any objection to that?
No objection for officers that have been released from their subpoena, none at all.
Okay. All right. So that request is granted, or the request for clarification is granted, and so yes, that is correct. Officers who have been released not only from your subpoena, but also from any subpoena by the defense, they are no longer subject to the sequestration order. Okay. Anything from the defense at this time, Mr. King?
No, thank you.
All right. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
All right.
Dear stranger, when I booked this trip, my friend said I was crazy. Why would I stay in someone else's house? But this morning, a city I've never been to felt like one I already knew. I just wanted to thank you for sharing your world with me. It felt like home. Airbnb, belong anywhere.
Wishes to talk to the court, so we're going to bring her in first. The record should reflect, by the way, that we're outside the presence of all the jurors right now. The record should reflect that juror number 535 is now in the courtroom. Good afternoon. What's on your mind?
I don't know if it's possible, but is there any way that Mr. Holmes could move a little bit so we can see him during this trial, or is that something that is able to be done?
He is seated where he is, and so that's where he has to.
Okay, it was just curious as to to be able to see facial expressions and demeanor.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, all the lawyers have different seats, and unfortunately, the jurors can't see everyone who's seated just because of the spatial limitations in the courtroom.
All right.
So, okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, hold on a second.
I'm just going to ask if we move that display with that. If that's the issue, maybe we can move that with the slide.
But let me have you wait outside, okay? Okay, the record should reflect that we are now outside the presence of juror number 535. And so now that we're outside her presence, I can inquire whether that would make a difference or not. Do the people have a position on that in terms of the model?
We don't get there.
Okay. Can you press the microphone, please? Sorry.
Model belt, not having worked with it with the jury before, it sort of worked in an unanticipated way, and we're going to try to modify it. It's not been admitted as an exhibit, so I think we can do that. I just want to let the court know. So it may be less obstructive next week, but we don't mind moving it, and I don't think we're using it this afternoon.
Okay. All right. And Ms. Brady, it's your suggestion, so I'm assuming you're okay with the movement of that exhibit. All right. Okay. Is there any other record that the people would like me to make with respect to juror number 535? Okay, thank you. Is there any other record that the defense would like me to make with respect to juror number 535? All right, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jury in at this time, please.
Education is the gift we give our children.
The education tax credit provides scholarships for low and middle income kids in need. It gives parents tax credits for private and religious school tuition, even funds after school programs in thousands of public schools.
You say to your assembly people, I count too, and my child counts, and my choice counts. If you speak up, this will pass.
Please be seated, everyone. The record should reflect that the jury has joined us again. Welcome back, folks. Did you have a good lunch? Good. All right, that sounded like you had lunch. The other answer did not. Thank you for coming back, and thank you for being on time. Ms. Pearson, please call your next witness.
The people call Officer Jason Sweeney.
Tell me for affirm the penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, please be seated. Could you please tell us your full name and spell your first and last names?
Name is Jason Sweeney. It's first name is Jason, last name is Sweenney.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Officer Sweeney, who are you employed by?
I'm employed by the City of Aurora as a police officer.
How long have you worked as a police officer for Aurora?
Just about 10 years.
What were your duties on July 20th of 2012?
I was a patrol officer specialist, which is an FTO, and I was working on the road.
What does FTO stand for?
It's a field training officer.
What does that mean that you do?
My general duties are training new police officers once they graduate from the academy.
What shift were you working at that time?
I was working a swing shift.
And what hours is that?
3 p.m. to 1 a.m.
3 p.m. to 1 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that mean that you went on duty then on July 19th at 3 p.m. and you were due to get off at 1 a.m. on the 20th?
Yes, that's correct.
On the night of July 20th, 2012, did you hear a call requesting responsive officers to the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Do you recall what time that call came out?
I don't.
Where were you when you heard the call?
I was typing a report at the first floor of the District 2 parking garage.
Were you about to get off duty?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got the call, what did you do?
When the call was initially aired, it was just a single shots fired call, one person down. They had grave cars chimed up that they were heading that way, so I kind of disregarded it. And then dispatch re-aired that it was multiple people down and the shooting was still happening.
Now, you referred to grave cars. What do you mean?
I'm sorry, the graveyard shift, which comes on at 10 p.m. It works till the morning.
How far away from the theater were you?
About half a mile.
How long did it take you to get to the theater?
Probably a minute and a half from the time the first transmission came out.
Were you told in that transmission what specific theater the shooting had occurred in?
They didn't give a number at that time. They said that it was where the Dark Knight had been playing.
Are you familiar with the Century 16 Theater Complex?
To a degree, ma'am.
Have you responded there previously?
I've been there before, yes.
Did you know the layout of the theaters within the complex?
No, I did not.
Did you drive over to the theater?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Where did you park?
There's a green belt that runs along the east side of the theater in between Sable and the parking lot. And I parked, there's a small parking lot to the southeast of the theater.
I'm going to request that we pull up 4740, which has been previously admitted, which is a map that will perhaps help you to illustrate where you parked. And then there's a pointer behind you and a wireless microphone next to you. And if you could show us where it is that you parked when you were going to the Century 16 Theater.
You should use the other
Unfortunately, the laser pointers don't work very well on the screens.
Okay, so I parked right in this corner, right there, about where those trees are at.
Now, is that on the same level as the parking lot?
It's elevated a little bit.
This was part of a different store or a different shopping center?
Yes, ma'am. It's the old Sports Authority. I don't know what business is there right now.
So you were from the vantage point that you were where you parked. Could you see the back of the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you parked there, what did you do?
I ran down the green belt and then up to the very northeast corner of the theater.
Where's the northeast corner of the theater?
Which would be right up there, very top corner.
Okay. And you can go back to using the other mic if you wish. On the back of the theater, did you see any other police officers in the back of the theater at that time? Did you know whether or not there were police officers on the front of the theater?
I had heard several people air that they had responded to the front of the theater.
When you first got to the back of the theater, what did you see that was of interest to you in responding to a call like this?
As I crossed the green belt, I could see that there was a blood trail on the back wall and that there were several people up on the northeast corner.
Where was the blood trail?
It'd be all along the back wall, right on the sidewalk.
Did you see people who appeared to be injured at that time?
I didn't know who they were at the time until I approached them and then realized that they were victims of a shooting.
What about them made you realize they'd been victims in a shooting?
They had very apparent wounds, and they were crying.
Were any other people coming out of the theater at this time?
I didn't see anybody else coming out at this time.
When you arrived, were you the first officer in the back of the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you attempt to do? Or where did you go next?
Once I determined that the people on the northeast were victims, other officers had responded to that same location. I grabbed Officer Oviatt, and he and I proceeded south along the wall trying to gain entry into the theater that we assumed it was the blood trail had come out of.
How long after you arrived did he arrive?
I don't know, ma'am. Just momentarily.
It was quick?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, you said that there was a blood trail that you started to proceed down. Why were you following the blood trail?
I assumed that if they'd been shot in the theater, however they got out, I could get in.
How were you proceeding down the sidewalk? Were you running?
At a very fast walk.
Did you have your guns drawn?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see anything as you were walking down or proceeding down the sidewalk?
As we were walking down the sidewalk, there was a white sedan just north of, there's like a little concrete and brick dumpster area. There's a white sedan right there, and I saw what appeared to be an officer standing on the far side of the sedan, so like the driver's side, as we were approaching on the passenger side.
What about that person made you think they were an officer?
They had a Kevlar-style helmet, gas mask, wearing dark clothing. This appeared to be, one of our officers.
The car that they were standing by, did it look like a police car?
No, ma'am.
What were the lighting conditions in the back?
There's a few lights along the wall, security type lighting, but in general it's fairly dark.
When you could see this person, they were standing, like you said, on the driver's side of the car. So how much of the person could you see?
Shoulders up.
Did you continue toward that person?
Yes, ma'am.
As you got closer, what did you notice?
As we got closer, the person turned and looked towards Officer Ovi and myself. I realized that the gas mask that he was wearing is not one that we're issued. And then, in conjunction with that, he wasn't acting like an officer. He wasn't, trying to gain entry into the theater. He was standing there.
What did you decide about him then? What did you determine? Who did you determine he was, if he wasn't an officer?
I determined that he was probably one of the suspects, or the suspect.
Why did you think that?
Because there's no other reason for somebody to be in tactical gear in that area if they were not a police officer.
At the time that you made that determination in your mind, had you heard any information from dispatch regarding gas in the theater?
It was aired, and I honestly don't remember if it was before I realized that he wasn't an officer, or about the same time, or just after.
What did you do?
We ordered him to put his hands up, and then I couldn't see into the vehicle, so I couldn't determine if he was alone or if there were other people in the vehicle or on the other side of the vehicle. So I had Officer Overhead move around the front of the car, hold him at gunpoint, and I cleared the vehicle.
Why couldn't you see inside the vehicle?
It appeared that they had fairly dark tint on the windows.
So Officer Ovi moved around the front of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you go?
I went around the backside.
Where was the person during the time that you're both moving? Where was he standing?
Standing in the open driver's side door, so right against the car.
When you looked at him, was he holding any kind of weapons?
I didn't see anything at that time, no, ma'am.
When you got around the driver's side of the door, what did you do?
Checked the vehicle to make sure nobody else was in there. I observed like a plastic clamshell rifle case. And then we ordered the suspect down to the ground.
Prior to the time that you had actually reached him at the car, had you said anything to him?
I just ordered him to put his hands up.
How far away from him were you when you realized that he wasn't a police officer?
I'm not sure, ma'am.
How long did it take you to get down the sidewalk to where this car was?
Maybe 4 or 5 seconds.
So it's a pretty fast trip.
Yes, ma'am.
When you ordered him down to the ground, did he comply?
Immediately.
Did you have him lay prone, flat?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do next?
I held him at gunpoint, and Officer Ovia placed him in handcuffs.
What did you do once he was in handcuffs?
Because where we had handcuffed him is considered a fatal funnel, we drug him to the side of the dumpster so we would be protected.
What do you mean by a fatal funnel?
Fatal funnel is an area where our movement is limited, there's no cover, so that if somebody wanted to shoot at us, they know exactly where we're at, and there's nothing else we can do except return fire.
How did you get him moved from next to the car over to where the dumpster was?
I reached underneath one arm into the shoulder area. Officer Oviatt did the same on the other side, and we drug him across the sidewalk, so 10 feet or so.
Did he cooperate with you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he resist in any kind of way?
No, ma'am.
How would you describe his body tension at that time?
Consistent with any other compliant person that I've arrested. He had his head up. He was looking where we were taking him. He wasn't limp or anything else like that. He was just consistent with the average cooperative person.
When you arrest people, are there essentially two groups of people, those that are cooperative and those that are not?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he fall into the cooperative category?
Yes, ma'am.
When you got him moved over to the dumpster, what did you do?
Officer Oviatt conducted a pat down for weapons on this person.
At that time, did he still have the gas mask on?
It was taken off during that process.
Was anything else taken off during that process?
His helmet.
What else did you notice that he was wearing when you looked at him at that point?
He appeared to have, or it felt like, body armor of some style underneath his coat and pants.
Once you got the helmet and the gas mask off and he'd been searched, do you recall whether or not any weapons were found on him during that search?
I think we found a couple pocket knives and a handgun magazine, but no guns.
Do you recall if anybody else helped you at that point to search him?
I don't recall. Officer Grizzle was there towards the end of it, and I don't remember how much of a part he played.
Did this happen all pretty quickly in a short period of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Once you'd done this pat-down search, what did you do with him?
I requested that marked unit come to our location so that we could secure him in the vehicle.
Did you ask him any questions before you put him in the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. I asked him if he was alone, and he replied, "It's just me."
Why did you ask him that?
To try and help determine if there was additional shooters that we needed to be worried about.
Did he respond immediately when you asked that question?
Yes, ma'am.
Was his voice clear?
Yes.
Did he seem to be confused at all by what you were asking him?
No, ma'am.
What was his demeanor like at that time?
I guess I would describe it as compliant. He wasn't resisting. He was doing exactly what we asked him to do.
Now you had him under arrest and you picked him up. What did you do with him?
He was placed in the back of a patrol car.
Was there a patrol car already there?
I had to call for one now.
Was he put into the patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Did either one of you get into the car with him?
No.
Do you know whose car it was?
I believe it was Sergeant Redfern's car, but there were a lot of people showing up all kind of at the same time, and I'm not positive that's whose vehicle it was.
Now, you indicated that this was all happening in a very short period of time. Even in this short period of time, were there other people arriving on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was arriving?
I know that I remember seeing Officer Blue back there.
Just police officers in general?
Police officers in general, ma'am.
Even in this brief period of time from when he's been arrested and moved to the dumpster, in that amount of time, had you started to see any people exit the theater?
I don't think that anybody was really exiting. We had teams of officers going into the theater, and then I didn't go in at that point, so I don't know if they were at the doorway or what was going on inside.
How did you know that teams of officers were going in?
I could see them going in, ma'am.
From the rear of the theater?
Yes.
When he was in the car, did you ask him any questions when he was sitting in the back of the patrol car?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Once he was in the patrol car, what did you do next?
Officer Grizzle and myself noticed that there was a green light on the green belt where I'd run past. I thought that it could be like a chem light or like a glow stick, and that he'd used it as a staging area for weapons or additional suspects, things like that.
So what did you do?
Officer Grizzle and myself then went to where the light source was at to determine what it was.
Were you able to determine what it was?
Yes, ma'am. It ended up that it was laser off of a handgun that was on top of the white car.
Had you noticed the handgun on the top of the white car?
No, ma'am, I didn't.
Did you do anything else down when you were away from the car and away from the theater?
At some point, we gathered information that there was explosives either at his apartment or inside his vehicle. Officer Grizzle and myself then checked the area for explosives.
Did you find any?
No, ma'am.
When you finished with that search that was was that in the grassy area?
Yes, ma'am.
Behind the theater? What did you do next?
At that point, officers had started bringing victims out of the theater. They're actively triaging them, and we were trying to get rescue personnel in the back.
Did you have any additional contact with the defendant that night?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Would you recognize him again if you saw him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is he in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you identify him, please, by what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
He's got on glasses, a blue button-up shirt, and he's sitting directly across from me.
Your Honor, would you let the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Does he look different now than he did then?
Yes, ma'am.
How did he look then?
His hair was dyed orangish blonde.
Once he was put into the car, did he remain in the car, or did you not notice that?
I know that he was taken out at some point and searched more thoroughly.
Were you involved in that second search?
No, ma'am, I was not.
What did you do once you were finished dealing with the defendant that night?
Once he'd been moved from the area, I helped load victims into the back of police cars.
How many victims would you guess were in the back of the theater?
I don't know.
What kinds of injuries did you see on the people you were putting into police cars?
Massive gunshot trauma to torsos, limbs. There's a lot of devastation.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Is there any cross-examination, Mr. King?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Now you were, when you heard this call for service of the shooting, sir, you were actually right down the street, were you not?
Yes, sir, I was.
I think you said about half a mile away.
Close to that, yes, sir.
And I think you said it took you about a minute or so to get to the theater?
A minute and a half, something like that, sir.
And you parked in that, what used to be the old sports store? How long do you think it took you to get from your car up to the corner of the rear corner of the theater where you encountered the two victims and eventually Officer Hovian?
Maybe 45 seconds, a minute.
Okay. And then I think you said it took like 5 or 6 seconds for you and Hoviat to work your way down that back of the theater before you saw the individual who later turned out to be the suspect. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, I think you said as you're going down that wall there, it's a little difficult to see in that back parking lot, right? It's pretty poorly lit.
Yes, sir.
So it wouldn't be an accurate description to say that whole parking lot is all lit up.
That's correct, sir.
At some point, the suspect that you were watching, your gun on with, took off his gloves, right?
Yes, sir.
What did he do with his gloves?
Put them on the roof of the vehicle.
Any other movement that you saw that individual make? Did he try to flee or get into the car?
No, sir.
said that during the pat-down search, there were 2 knives found on the suspect, correct?
Yes, sir.
One was found on the belt and one was found in the pants pocket, right?
I don't know where they came from, sir.
Okay, because Oviatt did the pat-down?
Yes, sir.
And he's the person that found the knives.
Yes, sir.
And it was then that the suspect was placed in the vehicle and then later taken out of the vehicle, undressed and more thoroughly searched. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
If I may have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
When he took his gloves off and put them on the roof of the car, that was when you were approaching him, gun on, and you ordered him to show his hands, right?
He had taken his gloves off about the time that he turned to look at me, and so shortly after that is when I ordered him to show his hands, put his hands up.
Thank you. No other questions.
Is there any redirect?
What color were the gloves that you saw him wearing?
They appeared to be black tactical type gloves like what police officers wear.
When he first comes into your view, is he wearing the gloves or is he taking them off?
He has them on.
Any recross, Mr. King?
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. It doesn't appear that the jury has any questions, so may this witness be released from his subpoena, Ms. Pearson? All right, Mr. King, do you want him subject to recall pursuant to your subpoena?
Yes, Judge, just in case something comes up and we need his testimony.
All right. So you've been released from the people's subpoena, but you may be recalled because you're still subject to the defense's subpoena. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. Hold on a second, sir. Come on, please. You solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Please be seated. Please tell us your full name.
My first name is Matthew. The last name is Ingui.
And can you spell your first name, please?
Matthew.
Ms. Pearson, you may proceed.
Detective Ingwe, where are you employed?
This Aurora Police Department.
How long have you been with the Aurora Police Department?
Just over 19 years.
What are your duties at the Aurora Police Department?
I'm currently a detective assigned to the Major Crime Homicide Unit.
And Major Crime Homicide responds to homicides?
Homicide, shootings, officer-involved shootings, missing persons, all deaths within the city, both natural and suspicious, and suicides.
Were you in the Major Crimes Unit in July of 2012?
Yes, I was.
On the night of July 20th of 2012, did you respond to the shooting at the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, I did.
What time were you called about the shooting?
I was called at 1:11 a.m. by Sergeant Matthew Files, the on-call supervisor for the Major Crimes Unit.
Were you at work at that time?
I was not.
What time did you arrive at the theater?
I arrived at approximately 1:50 a.m.
When you first got to the theater, where did you go?
When I pulled into the parking lot, there was command posts that had already been set up. I parked on the west side of the parking area, directly across from the movie theater.
Can you explain what the command post, what is that?
A command posts are SUVs or motorhomes that are set up, designed with a larger area where you could have meetings. There's tables, chairs, computer screens, so if we needed to watch videos, there's restrooms and usually some form of water or drink if needed.
Now you said that you arrived at about 1:50 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
When you arrived at that time, what did you see going on at the theater?
It was chaos in the parking lot. There was multiple different law enforcement agencies, police lights, fire station lights, or fire truck lights. There was witnesses and family members looking for witnesses, people on telephones, hysterically crying, screaming, searching and looking for people.
When you arrived on scene, were you briefed on what had occurred that night?
Yes, I was.
And then what were you asked to do?
We were given a generalized briefing on what took place. We were asked then to basically set up a triage station to conduct interviews at Gateway High School.
What do you mean by a triage station for interviews?
So there was hundreds of people in the parking lot, witnesses from both the different Theater Number 9 and Theater Number 8 that needed to be interviewed. So the detectives and officers that are on scene were assigned to go to the high school. The triage station, pardon me, was based. Several tables were set up, or dozens of tables were set up, and everybody that came there who was a witness or seeking somebody was interviewed. And each person, as they were brought in, their name was given. A picture was taken of them, and then they were identified by a number. And each number was associated with the person that you were interviewed. And then basically, as a detective or an officer was available, another witness came down and sat, and they were interviewed.
Where were the witnesses taken to?
Gateway High School, which is at 1300 South Sable Boulevard, City of Aurora.
Is that relatively near the theater?
Yes, it's probably 5 blocks to the south.
How did you get all of the witnesses to Gateway High School?
They were taken by RTD bus.
Do you know how the buses knew to come to the theater?
I believe someone called them requesting their assistance.
How many people were transported to Gateway High School?
I am confident at least 100 people.
Now, so there were 100 people at Gateway High School.
Yes, ma'am.
What was the mood like among these people that you saw there?
It was extremely somber. We had people covered in blood, missing shoes, missing clothing. Basically, it was extremely heart-wrenching.
How long did you spend at Gateway?
I was there for approximately 2 hours doing interviews.
Do you recall what time you got there?
3:30 in the morning, and I think we were done, or I was done with my interviews at approximately 5:45 a.m.
When you got to Gateway, had people already been moved to Gateway?
They were in the process of being moved when I got there. We were trying to figure out how we could get it set up by moving all the lunch tables and such throughout the hallways. So it was almost at the same time we all kind of got there, both for law enforcement and the witnesses.
When you finished interviewing witnesses at Gateway, and just do you have any idea of how many people you talked to personally at Gateway?
I spoke to 11 people at Gateway High School who were in Theater Number 9.
When you finished interviews at Gateway High School, where did you go?
I went back to the theater location to basically see what my next job assignment would be.
Did you go into the theater?
Not at that time.
What did you ultimately do that morning?
We were awaiting a warrant to be authored to get into the theater.
Did you ultimately go into the theater?
Yes, I did.
At what time?
12:38 p.m.
When you went into the theater at 12:30 on July 20th, were the deceased still in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What was going on inside the theater at that time?
It was a recovery, if you will, I guess, what's your question?
Were they, at that point, taking anything out of the theater? Any kind of items that would have evidentiary value?
No, they were not. The scene was being photographed and processed. We were trying to maintain the integrity of the scene by taking photographs of the location of the victims, evidence that had been observed and throughout the theater,
specifically Theater 9, and as that progressed, there was photographs and measurements and video being taken.
When you first went into Theater 9, what was it like?
It was the kind of the thing that nightmares are made of. It was horrible. The flashing lights, the smell of popcorn, the smell of fear and death in the room. It was just a snapshot in time that was frozen. That's the best way to put it. It was overwhelming when you look at the magnitude of what took place in there.
Now, the deceased were still in the theater.
Yes, they were.
Were they still in the rows or the places where they had died?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how many deceased victims were in the theater? Did you ultimately determine that?
Yes, there was a total of 10 deceased in the theater.
Did you see all of them?
Yes, I did.
Did you see any evidence of firearms in the theater?
Yes, ma'am. There was both spent shell casings, meaning that the firearm had been, the round had been shot out of a firearm, both 223 rounds, which are fired from an assault rifle. There was handgun caliber, 40 caliber rounds, which would be fired from a handgun. There was spent or fired shotgun wads and shells that had been fired. There was both magazines located, which are what you use to contain the rounds for the firearms.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as 2588, and this is not a graphic image. For the record, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Do you recognize what is depicted in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. This is a photograph of theater number 9. The point of view would be from the screen side of the theater, with the point of view being the back of the theater itself.
And there appears to be a lot of things at the end of the rows. Do you know what we're seeing in that photograph?
So as there's tons of popcorn all the way down each row, where we had swept through each aisle in an attempt to gather any and all evidence that was available.
And in this photograph, have the deceased been removed from the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Does this photograph fairly and accurately depict what you observed at some point in the theater after July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Because how many days did you spend in the theater?
5 days.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 2588.
Any objection?
No objection.
Do you know what specific day the picture was taken?
I believe it is the 22nd of July.
Okay. So with that clarification then, the exhibit is admitted without objection and may be published.
And could I publish 2588? Now, there's a pointer behind you and there's also a wireless mic. And what I would like for you to do is sort of to explain the seating in the theater, if you could.
You'd rather me stand at point?
Sure. And as part of that, did you ultimately number the rows and the seats in the theater?
Yes.
So if you can explain that, and there's a pointer there for you if you'd like to use that.
So it is a stadium-style theater. Rows 1 through 7, are from the metal bar forward would be the ground seats. Rows 8 through 20 are the stadium style. We numbered the seats so as if you're reading a book and facing the actual screen. So it would be as if I'm in a seat now. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4 from your left to your right is the way it was numbered.
So looking at this, if you can show us then where is seat 1 and
this would be seat 1 right here, and this would be seat 20.
In that center section, did you number any of the rows other than that center section from row 8 to row 20?
No, we did not.
And in row 8 to row 20, did you number them 1 through 20, just in the same direction you would read left to right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was all facing the screen.
Yes, ma'am.
So to orient, when we're facing the screen, the right aisle, which aisle would be the right aisle?
So on your right side, right aisle, left aisle, as if you're facing the screen, everything is going to be oriented as if you were watching the movie itself.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the theater, when you were there on July 20th of 2012, were you involved in removing the victims' bodies from the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the process that was used to accomplish this? How did you go about getting them out of the rows and out of the theater?
What's the relevance?
Your Honor, there are other things that...
Why don't you approach? All right, the objection is overruled.
So, Detective Ingui, you indicated that you participated in removing the deceased victims from the theater. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in order to ensure that any evidentiary items remained with them or anything that you needed to identify them remained with them, how did you ensure that that occurred when they were moved?
We had transport bags that were placed underneath every one of the victims to attempt to get everything that was with them. If they, the entire body was placed in the bag, and it was brought from the location down to the floor, and then it was transported from inside Theater 9 out into the hallway, where we had fingerprints taken, and then they were then transported away from the scene.
Sir, can you move the microphone closer to you? Thank you. Go ahead.
Prior to the time that the victims were removed from the theater, the deceased victims, were they photographed in place?
Yes, they were.
And you indicated that measurements had also been taken to also ensure their location within the theater.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see all 10 victims that were in the theater?
Yes, I did.
And Your Honor, now I would ask to, well, I'm going to provide him photographs first. I'm not asking to publish them yet. That would be pursuant to 118B. I am first going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2099, 2098, 2097, and 2100.
Did you mean 2100? The last one you said 2100.
2100.
20,100?
2100.
2100. Right? 2100.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Sorry if I misspoke.
That's okay.
Do you recognize what is depicted in those photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
Do all four of these photographs fairly and accurately depict what you observed in Theater 9 on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2099, 2098, 2097, and 2100.
Any additional objection? All right. Based on my prior ruling, Exhibits 2097, 2098, 2099, and 2100 are admitted and may be published. And these are graphic images, and so they may be published pursuant to my order, P118B.
And Your Honor, do you then handle this monitor for these?
I'll handle it.
All right. Could we have 2099 first? In Exhibit 2099, what are we looking at here, Detective Ingwe?
So this would be from the right side of the theater by the emergency exit. You'll see that this is the actual screen that is pulled down on the ground. Your point of view is towards the north of the theater. On the ground you see, which would be spent .223 caliber ammunition on the ground, and this is row 1, 2, and so on and so forth.
Turning next to 2098, could I have that one, please? What do we see in this photograph?
So this also is, point of view is from the base of the floor through by sections 1 through 7. And the point of view is to the north, but at an angle towards the exits to the top. Again, you'll see the spent brass shell casings, and that victim is Matthew McQueen that you see in the photograph. You also see on the right side of the image Alexander Boyne.
Could I have 2097, please? What do we see in this photograph?
So this photograph is again from the floor with the point of view directly west as it goes up through the stadium seating. Again, in this photograph, you see the victim, Matthew McQueen.
And could I have 2100, please? What do we see in this photograph?
So in this photograph, the point of view is several steps further west. That is the hallway
entry-exit hallway on the right-hand side of the theater. As your view goes down, as the path goes down, you'll see a large capacity drum-style magazine, which is used to hold 100 rounds of 223 round ammunition, which would be in an assault rifle style gun. There is a magazine for a handgun, and then there is some smaller AR-15 style magazines, or what appear to be AR-15 style magazines. You'll also see there is ammunition on the ground there, and also in this photograph, the victim, Matthew Quinn, is in it.
I think you can take that down. I am now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2068, 2065, and 2064. Do you recognize what is depicted in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And in general terms, what do we see?
In 2068, you see the victim, John Larimer, on the ground, and you also see Alexander Boyk in the photograph also. It's there's two victims in the first.
And I won't have you go through all that until we introduce them. Are these also photographs that were taken in the theater on July 20th of 2012, prior to the time that the victims were removed from the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately depict what you observed in the theater on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2068, 2065, and 2064.
Any additional objections, Ms. Spengler? Okay, without additional objections, based on my previous ruling, Exhibits 2064, 2065, and 2068 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2068, please? So, what do we see in this photograph?
This is, again, from the front of the theater. You're looking to the back of the theater. That is the left side entry-exit hallway. John Larimer is the victim closest on the floor. Alexander Boyk is the second victim, who is, which would be row 8, just up the stairs.
Could I have 2065, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is the victim, John Larimer.
And 2064.
And again, this is just a different angle of the victim, John Larimer.
You can take that down. I'm now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2066 and 2067. Do you recognize what is depicted in both of those photographs?
Yes.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 2066 and 2067.
Any additional objection? Without additional objection, based on my previous ruling, Exhibits 2066 and 2067 are admitted and may be published.
May I have 2066, please? What do we see in this photograph?
The victim, Alexander Boyk. I had seat number 1, row 8. You also see clothing, shoes, sandals, flip-flops. This angle of point of view is directly up the stairs, which would be west.
Could I have 2067, please? And what do we see in this photograph?
This is a close-up photograph of the victim, Alexander Boyd.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2076, 2078, and 2077. Do you recognize what is depicted in these three photographs?
I do.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2076, 2078, and 2077.
Any additional objection? All right, without additional objection and based on my prior rulings, Exhibits 2076, 2077, and 2078 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2076, please? What do we see in this photograph?
This is the victim, Matthew McQuinn, in row number 8, approximately seat 18. The point of view is from the right side of the theater towards the northwest.
2078, please. What do we see in this photograph?
In this photograph is the victim, Matthew McQuinn, closest in the photograph. The victim, Jesse Childress, who is in the center of the photograph, and then the victim, Alexander Boyd, at the furthest portion of the photograph.
And this is all row 8?
This is all row 8, and again, the point of view would be from the right to the left.
Could I have 2077, please? And what do we see in this photograph?
This is a close-up photograph of the victim, Matthew McQuinn.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2079, 2080, and 2081. Do you recognize what is depicted in these photographs?
Yes, I do.
And do these photographs fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, I do.
And I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2079, 2080, and 2081.
Any additional objection? Without additional objection and based on my prior rulings, Exhibits 2079, 2080, and 2081 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have People's Exhibit 2079 first, please? Could you explain what we're seeing in this photograph?
This would be the victim, Jonathan Blunk, and this is row number 10. The point of view is again from the right, looking to the left.
2080, please. What do we see depicted in this?
In this photograph is rows 10 and 11. Row 10 is Jonathan Blunk. Row 11 is the victim, Rebecca Wingo.
And 2081. What do we see in this photograph?
It is a close-up photograph of the victim, Rebecca Wingo, and a purse.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm next going to hand you what are marked as People's Exhibits 2082, 2083, and 2084. Do you recognize what is depicted in these photographs?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately represent what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2082, 2083, and 2084.
Any additional objections, Ms. Spengler? Okay, without additional objections and based on my prior rulings, Exhibits 2082, 2083, and 2084 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2082 first, please? What do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is rows 11 and 12. Victim Rebecca Wingo is in row number 11, and victim Alex Sullivan is in row 12. Again, you'll see sneakers and purses and bags, flip-flops being depicted in the along with drink cups and food.
Could I have 2083, please? What? And who are we seeing in this photograph?
The victim, Alex Sullivan.
And 2084, please.
In this photograph is rows 11, 12, and 13. At the far end of the photograph, you see the victim, Gordon Gowden. And then in row 12 is Alex Sullivan, and row 11 is Rebecca Wingo in that photograph.
I'm going to now hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2085, 2087, and 2088. Do you recognize what is depicted in these photos as what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of your observations in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 2085, 2087, and 2088.
Any additional objections? Without additional objections and based on my prior rulings, Exhibits 2085, 2087, and 2088 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2085, please? Who do we see depicted in this photograph?
This is the victim, Gordon Gowden.
Could I have 2087, please? Who do we see in this photograph?
That would be row 16, and this is the victim, Michaela Medic.
2088, please. And who are we seeing here?
This is another photograph of Michaela Medic.
Thank you. You can take that down. I'm now going to hand you what have been marked as People's Exhibits 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092. Do you recognize what is depicted in these photographs as what you observed in the theater on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And do they fairly and accurately represent your observations on July 20th of 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admittance of People's Exhibits 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092.
Any additional objections? Without additional objections and based on my prior rulings, Exhibits 2089, 2090, 2091, and 2092 are admitted and may be published.
Could I have 2089, please? What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is the victim, Alex Davis, in row 18. Our point of view again is from the right to the left. Also depicted is Michaela Medic on the right-hand side of the photograph.
In row 16?
In row 16.
Could I have Exhibit 2090, please? And is this a photograph of Alex Teves?
Yes, it is.
Could I have 2091? What are we seeing in this photograph?
This is the top row, which would be the 20th row. You see clothing, flip-flops, soda cups, and you'll see the victim, Tevis, in row 18 on the right side of the photograph.
And could I have 2092? What are we seeing here?
So this will be the 20th row. Point of angle would be to the base of the theater. Should be northeast. You see the victim, Alex Davis. You also see the victim, Kayla Medic.
Thank you. We'll take that down. Now, did I also ask you to, on a poster of what we saw as photograph 2588, to write where the victims were located in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 2588A. Do you recognize this?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that your handwriting?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that fair? Is that accurate as to where the victims were located in the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Your argument for the admittance of People's Exhibit 2588A.
Any objection, Ms. Spengler? Without objection, 2588A is admitted and may be published.
If you can you hold this and explain for us?
If we can have him put it back there and use the microphone. Or you could hold it for him and
I will hold it. I will hold it for him, and I can hold it here so that we can see it. Were you able to note where in each row the victims were found, the deceased victims were found?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you explain that for us, please, in terms of what seat number, what row number?
So the victim armor was located at the base of the stairs on the left side of the theater. If you go up to row number 8, Alexander Boyk was located in seat number 1, would be the closest one, connected then to the stairs. Jesse Childress, also in row number 8, was recovered between seats 13 and 14 in row number 8, and Matthew McQuinn was recovered in row 8, seat 18. Excuse me. And then in row number 10, seats 17 and 18 is Jonathan Blunk, where he was recovered. In row number 11 is closest between seats 15 and 18 is Rebecca Wingo. In row number 12 is the victim Sullivan was located between seats 11 and 13.
And that's Alex Sullivan.
Alex Sullivan. And then the victim, Gordon Cowden, was located in the 13th row between seats 3 and 5. And then we go to row 18, and between seats 15 and 18 is where Michaela Medic was recovered. And then in the 18th row between seats 11 and 13 is Alex Tevis, is where he was recovered from. Thank you, ma'am.
Now, although we're referring to the seat numbers, were any of the victims found sitting in a seat?
No, they were not.
You indicated that after all of the measurements and the photographs had been taken, the victims were removed to the lobby of the theater. Did that all occur on July 20th?
Yes.
Do you know approximately what time you finished that day?
I believe we finished about approximately 5 p.m. and then left the theater at 6 p.m.
Did you return to the theater on July 21st, on Saturday, July 21st?
Yes, I did.
What did you do that day at the theater?
We continued with evidence recovery and marking, and we recovered video from the theater.
Did you collect personal property on the 21st as well?
Yes, we did.
Did you return on Sunday, July 22nd?
Yes, I did.
And when I'm talking about these days, were you there the entire day on Saturday?
Yes.
And on Sunday as well?
Yes, ma'am.
On Sunday, July 22nd, you were mentioning video. Did you obtain any of the surveillance video that exists at the theater?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain what you learned, what the surveillance system at the theater is? Were there cameras? Did they record different parts of the theater? How did that work?
Yes, ma'am. It's a DVR system like you would have at home. It records continuous streamed video from a total of 24 cameras throughout the theater. There is no cameras in any of the individual theaters, and there is no exterior cameras. There was 2 sets of DVRs, a top section and bottom section. We just, other than labeling them top and bottom, they didn't have different names. The top DVR recorded 16 cameras, bottom recorded 8. The cameras were throughout the theater to include the concession areas, the ticket areas, the general areas, so it would be where people would congregate, storage rooms, back storage rooms, the office, the money room, a computer desk. It just had several different cameras had same location, but none of them were of individual theaters.
Did you collect the DVR system from the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, we did.
Did you ultimately review video from those DVRs?
Yes, I did.
How many hours?
140 hours worth of video.
And from what hours to what hours in the theater was that video taken?
I reviewed from 10 p.m. on the 19th of July 2012 until 4 a.m. on the 20th of July 2012.
Now, that period of time isn't 140 hours, so how do you get to 140 hours of video?
It's I had other video that I recorded, or I've watched from other locations.
So all of the different cameras are recording simultaneously?
Correct.
And were these dates stamped?
Yes, they were.
Were you able to determine whether the date stamp matched information you had from the time of the Aurora Police Department, where the call was dispatched?
Yes, they were date stamped correctly, the 19th and 20th. The top DVR was 3 minutes fast to the dispatch time, so it was 3 minutes ahead. And the second DVR was 1 minute ahead
of what would have been the dispatched time.
Do those times show up on the video themselves?
Yes, they do.
Did you look to see if the defendant could be located in any of the video surveillance from the theater?
Yes, I was able to locate the defendant on 11 cameras. Some of the camera angles showed his entire person. Others would show a leg or a shoe of the clothing in which he was wearing that night.
How did you know who to look for?
We were able to determine when he arrived via...
And did you have a physical description of him?
Yes, we did.
Did someone provide that for you?
Yes.
Had you seen a photo of him?
I did.
So you had some idea of who to look for?
Yes.
Now you said you saw him on 11 different cameras?
Yes, ma'am.
And there were 24 total?
Yes, ma'am.
You said was he not seen on some of the cameras then as well?
Correct.
Where were the cameras located that he was not seen on? Let's start with that.
He was not located on the north side concession cameras, nor the storage unit behind the concession area. He was not located on the cameras, which would be, if you were walking into the theater, it would be all the cameras that are on the right-hand side. He's not located on the master hallway going by the restroom, the office camera, the money room camera, the back storage camera areas.
So which cameras was he seen on, generally speaking?
Sorry. The cameras which, when you walk into the movie theater, where the cameras are, there's cameras that are on the top wall to the west, there's kiosk camera, there's ticketing booth cameras, basically the general area where a majority of any patrons that walk into a movie theater can be located, where you purchase your tickets, where you purchase your snacks, and where you would then, wait for friends in the general area of the theater itself.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 400. Can you tell us what that is? Do you recognize it?
This is a DVD disc which I reviewed on March 27th of this year. It is a copy of the surveillance video, theater surveillance camera lobby 1 is what is written on it. My initials are on it. It shows the People's Exhibit number and the total length of time.
What is this a disc of?
This is a disc of the video cameras from within the theater, which would depict the defendant walking in to the theater.
Now, is this 140 hours?
No, this is 7 minutes and 30 seconds long.
Is it a summary of where the defendant was depicted in cameras within the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 400.
Is there any objection? Without objection, Exhibit 400 is admitted. Does it have any sound, Ms. Pearson?
It does not, Your Honor.
All right. Are you intending to publish it at this time?
Yes, I would like to do that.
It may be published. Do you want me to dim the lights or...
Oh, I have to get the video. Yes, Your Honor, if you would dim the lights. And before we play it, how many segments are on this video? That was a trick question.
It was a trick question.
Is there more than one segment on this?
Yes.
The first segment that we're going to see, do you know which camera that one is? Do you recall?
I believe it is camera 5.
Where is that camera located?
Camera 5 is located in the ticket booth.
So what are we going to see on this, just to kind of tell people?
You'll see the defendant walk into through the glass doors of into the Century 16 theaters. There's a series of
roped off lines, and you'll see the defendant walk in and attempt to get into the theater.
What is he wearing?
He is wearing a tan or light colored overshirt, a button style shirt, dark pants, dark sneakers, a dark style undershirt, and a darkened colored stocking cap.
Could you see any of his hair underneath the stocking cap?
Yes.
And what color is it?
It's reddish orange.
How long is this segment?
7 minutes and 30 seconds.
The first segment, do you know?
I cannot tell you exactly how long first. I believe it's a couple of seconds.
And it's also, is it time stamped?
Yes, it is.
And again, with regard to the time, for instance, if it says on it that it's, say, 12:05 a.m., what time is it based on when the call was dispatched that you determined was the correct time?
It would be 12:02 a.m. on the morning of July 20th.
Could we play the first segment and then pause when it goes to black? Now, I think, did we see him there when the picture was still becoming a little bit larger?
Yes. You actually see the reflection of the defendant prior to him actually opening the door. And then he steps in as if he's viewing his cell phone and holds the door open for a male and female patron to come in. It's a fairly quick segment.
We're going to look at the next segment. I'm going to ask you to use the pointer to point out where the defendant is because it's a little difficult to see. So then,
if you will use the microphone too. Yes. hold on a second. Okay, go ahead.
I'm going to ask Ms. Dunsman if she can start over again, and before we start running this, if you can have the pointer ready and just tell us what part of the screen do people need to be looking at in order to see the defendant.
And sir, could you grab the microphone, please, so that everybody can hear you?
So, if you look in this general section right here of the screen when the video plays, you'll see the defendant's reflection in the door. Then he'll open the door, his cellular phone in his hand.
Overruled. This is consistent with my ruling. Go ahead.
You can go ahead.
And he'll hold the door open, and two patrons will follow in after him. He'll then proceed to walk towards the top of the screen and coming in through the different lanes that there are set up for, so you can purchase your tickets.
Okay. So if we could start again with camera 5, and if you can try to keep your pointer handy to show and to point at the defendant when you see him in this.
The defendant will be coming in right here.
And that's him coming through the door?
Yes, it is.
And then walking to...
He walks out of the view of the camera.
Okay.
Ms. Spengler, did I rule on that objection here at the bench? All right, folks. Once I rule on an objection, I have ruled. All right, let's move on.
Turning next to the next scene on the camera on the video that we're going to see. Do you know which camera this one is?
I believe it's camera 1.
How about camera 6?
Okay, it's going to be camera 6. The defendant will be at the coming from the angle where he walked off of the screen, and he'll be coming back towards. He'll be heading in this direction on the screen.
And again, when you see him, would you please point him out?
Yes, ma'am.
Could I have the next segment, please?
The defendant will be coming right around this corner. The defendant just came around the corner. As it continues, the defendant will come from the section out of view back into view towards where the ticket agent would be. Here is the defendant, cellular phone in his hand. He'll talk with the ticket agent, and then he'll walk back again in the direction of which later determines is the ticket kiosk, and he's off the screen again.
And then we could just keep going to the next segment. So sounds good.
Again, the defendant will come from the location off of screen back towards the ticket agent. And there is the defendant again.
Okay.
He will then walk up towards concessions, out of view of the camera. He'll walk back in view of the camera right where this pointer is. There is the defendant right here.
We can go to the next one.
The defendant is at the top of the screen right here. This is camera 4. This is the back of the ticket booth. He'll walk over to the ticket kiosk, there is the defendant at the ticket kiosk right here. And it will walk off out of view of the camera. He then returns back to the kiosk from the same location, top of the screen. So the defendant walking back towards the kiosk. This time he actually will retrieve his ticket. And then he will again turn around and walk back to the ticket agent, which you viewed on the previous video. Here again, the defendant then leaves the ticket kiosk and heads out view of this camera to the ticket agent. And then you see the defendant walking towards the concession area. The defendant will come from this area to directly in this area right here, and this is camera number 7. There is the defendant. The defendant will remain in this area, and then he will proceed to walk off view of this camera. The defendant will walk into view of the camera. This is the defendant right there. This is the entryway into the concession area. He will stay within the concession area until he'll actually leave out this way, but that's... And there's the defendant. The defendant will eventually walk from this direction down towards the cashier, which is right here in the corner, but he still remains at the top of the video screen. The defendant's now walking towards us. He'll then stop and then come through, and he'll walk out of view of the camera to turn back, which is orientation. Theater 9 is where he makes the turn to walk into Theater 9.
Members of the jury, let me give you a limiting instruction. The testimony from this witness that you just heard as the surveillance video was playing was allowed by the court only for purposes of assisting the presentation of that piece of evidence. Ultimately, it is up to you to decide what the video depicts. You're not bound by his testimony related to who he believes is the defendant in that video or what he believes the defendant was doing in that video. That's up to the jury. And you can take that testimony and accept it if you find it credible, or you can accept part of it, or you can accept none of it. It's up to you. His testimony is based on his review of the surveillance tape that was just shown to you, and based on the description that he had of the defendant as he reviewed the videotape. But it's up to you to determine what is depicted on the video, what the video shows, who the video shows, and what the video shows anyone doing who is depicted in that video. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, and everyone's nodding their head yes. Great. Okay, you may proceed.
Detective Ingwe, when you reviewed the video, you've shown us video of the defendant in the concession area in the 140 hours that you reviewed. Did you ever see him buy anything in the concession area?
No, he did not.
Now, in the 140 hours of video that you reviewed, did you see pictures or video of people leaving the theater after in terms of the time of the 911 call, at about that time?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 401.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that DVD?
Yes, it is.
How do you recognize it?
I reviewed this DVD on April 8th of 2015. My initials are on the DVD, and this is a DVD labeled 2 minutes and 56 seconds, Theater Surveillance Camera Lobby 2.
Is this video that is from the video that you viewed, you seized from the Century 16 Theater?
Yes, it is.
Does it fairly and accurately represent what you observed on the theater with regard to people fleeing the theater?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I move for the admittance of People's Exhibit 401.
Any objection to 401 being admitted? All right, the objection is, actually, can I see that? Would counsel please approach? All right, members of the jury, I'm going to step down for just a few minutes, and so let's take a 5-minute break. That's a short break, because we're going to end at 3:30. And so let's have you stretch your legs for 5 minutes. Don't go too far. Keep all my admonishments in mind. They all apply during the short break, okay? Let's take a 5-minute break. Seated. By the way, counsel, I wanted to tell you that during the witness's testimony, we got a question from the jury, and it said, could you play the first segment again? And because Ms. Pearson was going to play it again, I didn't bother to do anything with it. But I have marked the form as question form number 33 anyway. It was handed to me right after Ms. Pearson said she was going to play that segment again here at the bench. All right, I'm going to step down and go watch this DVD. The court will be in recess. Exhibit 401. And by the way, the record should reflect that we're still outside the presence of the jurors. After watching the tape, it is admitted over the defense's objection. It has some probative value. It shows people running out of the theater, presumably at the time of the shooting. It shows some employees of the theater taking action, again at around the same time, as far as initially hiding, and then one of them leaving the theater. The other one, I think, actually stayed behind, hidden under the counter. It is evidence of the circumstances surrounding the shooting, and so it has probative value in that sense. It also has probative value because it depicts the commotion, the chaos, and the panic that have been described by witnesses. Another witness talked about how there were a lot of people in the parking lot and it was hard to get to the theater. I think several first responders have talked about that, and so I think this is evidence that goes to that as well. And in terms of its prejudice or prejudicial effect or potential prejudicial effect, it is somewhat prejudicial. I don't find it to be particularly prejudicial. And certainly the prejudice or the potential for prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value of the evidence. Given what's at stake here in terms of the charges, in terms of the magnitude of the crime that is alleged, in terms of what we're dealing with here in this case, I don't find that this is particularly prejudiced. And so for all those reasons, I find that it is relevant under 401 and 402 and that it is admissible under Rule 403. All right, let's before you bring the jury in, with respect to this exhibit, the witness should not provide an explanation. This one does not need an explanation. This is different than 400. Exhibit 400, I felt that without allowing the witness to provide some type of explanation as to what he thought was being depicted, it was going to be hard for the jury to follow it. And so I allowed that. I allowed that for purposes of identifying who he believed was the defendant in the surveillance video, and for purposes of allowing the jury to understand that evidence better. But I gave the jury a specific cautionary instruction to make sure that they understand that it is entirely up to them to decide what is depicted in that video. All right, let's bring him in, please. Here you go, Ms. Pearson. The record should reflect that the jury's back in the courtroom. Welcome back, folks. Please be seated, everyone. Members of the jury, I have admitted Exhibit 401, People's Exhibit 401, and it may be published now. That record should reflect that People's Exhibit 401 was just published. Do you have any other questions, Ms. Peterson?
Yes, Your Honor, a few more. As part of your duties in response to the shooting at the theater, did you work with the crime scene investigators in collecting evidence within the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of that, were you involved in checking the roof of the theater to see if any projectiles had been fired through the roof of the theater?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
The 21st. July 21st, 2012.
Do you think that was the 22nd?
22nd.
How did you go about doing that?
Well, there is a roof access through the projection room. If you recall how the theater was set up, projectors at the top. Behind it is a room that has roof access. We climbed up a long ladder, a shooted ladder that runs up to the roof, and then we physically walked around the roof looking for any apparent holes on the roof.
Did you find any?
No.
Any indication that any rounds had been shot into the roof of Theater 9?
No.
Thank you. Do Do you have any cross-examination, Ms. Spengler? Okay. And there do not appear to be any questions from the jury. So, may this witness be released from his subpoena? All right. All right, sir, you are subject to recall, okay? All right, thank you. All right, members of the jury, it's 3:25, and as I indicated to you, we're going to end today at 3:30. Since I have 5 minutes, I'm going to take just the 5 minutes to go over the admonishments. You knew I was going to do this to you, and you're all smiling. I'm still going to get you out of here in time to watch the NFL draft today, so I don't know if you have any NFL fans there, but I want to remind you that there are rules that you must follow. These are the same rules that jurors have always had to follow in trials. During the trial, this courtroom is a place partially isolated from the outside world. Your decisions must be made inside this place, and you must follow its rules. You must decide this case based only on the evidence presented in the courtroom and the law as I instruct you. You must avoid any other information about the case from any other source. These rules are designed to make sure that there is a fair trial. There are two basic general rules. Number one, you must not communicate with others or among yourselves about the trial as it is going on. Number two, you must not do any independent investigation or research about the case. Let me discuss these two general rules in more detail. You must not discuss the case among yourselves in any way during the course of the trial. You may not discuss the case among yourselves until after you've heard all the evidence, and I tell you that you can begin deliberating on a verdict. In fairness, you must keep an open mind throughout the trial, and you may not form any opinions about the case or reach your decisions until I tell you that you may start deliberating on a verdict. Do not permit anyone else to discuss the case with you or near you. If anyone, including one of your fellow jurors, attempts to do so, please report that fact to my staff immediately. And if you report anything to my staff, do what you've been doing. Just say, I need to talk to the judge. Do not go into any detail. Do not talk with any witnesses, parties, or any of the attorneys who are involved in the case. You cannot talk to them, and they cannot talk to you even casually. Do not communicate about the case with anyone else in any way, including in person, by telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone, BlackBerry, computer, the internet, or any internet service. This means that you must not email, text, instant message, tweet, blog, or post information about this case or about your experience as a juror on this case on any website, listserv, chat room, blog, or website, such as Facebook, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or Twitter. You must not read, review, or accept any communications in any form from anyone regarding this case or cases like this one. Therefore, you may not mention that this is a criminal case or the charges that have been filed in this case. You are permitted only to explain to family, friends, and employers and others that you're on a jury and that we anticipate the trial will last 4 or 5 months. You cannot say anything else about any aspect of the case or any aspect of your experience as a juror in this case. You cannot be investigators outside the courtroom. Attempting to get further information outside the courtroom would be unfair to the parties and would be a direct and serious violation of your oath. Do not attempt to gather any information on your own. Do not read or research about this case or this kind of case from any other source, including the internet. Many of us routinely use the internet to research topics of interest, but you may not do that in this case in relation to the case. You can still use Google and Bing and Yahoo, but you cannot use those internet search engines to learn about any person, place, or thing that is involved in this case. That includes the defendant, the attorneys, the witnesses, your fellow jurors, and court personnel. And this applies whether you're here, at home, or anywhere else. Please do not read about the case in the newspapers or on the internet, or listen or watch any radio or television broadcasts about the trial. The law even prohibits you from consulting a dictionary or any treatises or the Bible or any other source in connection with this case or in relation to this case. Do not attempt to visit any places mentioned in this case. Do not in any way try to learn about this case or this kind of case outside the courtroom. So all scientific books, all religious books, all legal books, those are all items that you should not be consulting in relation to this case or in relation to your service in this case. Obviously, you can use those items, just not in relation to this case. Does that make sense to everyone? Okay, and everyone's not in their head yet. I mentioned this the other day. There are times when you're not here, when the attorneys and I have discussions. Today will be an example of that. After you leave, we're going to work a little longer. There are some things we have to talk about. Because we have the media here, it's possible that there may be media coverage of some of the discussions we have. You must avoid accessing or learning information about the case from the media. Otherwise, you could be exposed to some of that information that you're not allowed to hear and are not allowed to be present for. That's the whole reason why we have those discussions outside your hearing. And so please be particularly vigilant about media reports, whether it's in the newspaper, the radio, the TV, the internet. Just be very, very careful about that, okay? All right. With that, enjoy the long weekend, and let's have you back here on Monday morning at 8:15, okay? Remember, bring your lunch next week or be ready to buy your lunch next week. Thank you, folks. Have a great weekend. I should reflect that we are now outside the presence of the jurors. Let's take a real break now, since with the last break we took was only about 5 minutes. Let's take 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll proceed with the discussion that we have tabled until today, okay? The court will be in recess.
Thanks, Ryan.
Is present with his attorneys, and the prosecutors are present as well. We are outside the presence of the jury at this time. I show that we have 3 issues tabled for today. One has to do with the victim impact videos that were the subject of motion D-288, which I struck. Next is the jail records. And then finally, we have the pregnancy issue and the admissibility of evidence related to Ms. Mosher Sullivan's pregnancy and determination of that pregnancy as a result of the shooting. So let's take up the victim impact videos first. Ms. Nelson?
Your Honor, I first just wanted to clarify the status of the record. I don't know what when the court is striking pleadings, is the court still keeping them in the court file? And if not, we would request the court do so and just mark it like a tendered and rejected exhibit or instruction.
It is part of the court file, and I think I indicated that in a footnote, that it's part of the court file, but I'm not considering it because it's been rejected. So you can make your argument here today, and if it's okay with you, I would like to review the videos that are in question. I think you had submitted them with your motion, and so if you I think we still have them, or if you want to tender them as exhibits, we can proceed in that fashion too.
I did make, out of an abundance of caution, another copy because I wasn't sure what the status of those videos were since the pleading was stricken. So I gave a copy of the CD to the prosecution during the break, if I may approach.
Yes, I think that's the best way to proceed. Any objection from the people?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Thank you for doing that. How many videos are there, Ms. Nelson?
They are exhibits A through H, so however many.
Eight. Okay.
Your Honor, our first argument with respect to the videos is that they were disposed with in an untimely manner. The prosecution endorsed victim impact witnesses in P83, which was filed on June 14th, 2014, and we did not receive any notice that they were, in that pleading, that they were intending to introduce these videos at sentencing until after the start of jury selection. Some of the videos were given to us in February, and the others were given to us in April, several days before the conclusion of individual voir dire. And so we would move to exclude them based on Rule 32.1D3.
Which ones were provided in February and which ones were provided in April?
So, one moment, if I may have a moment.
Yes.
And Exhibit D, which were contained on CDs 377 and 378, were provided to us on February 5th. Exhibit E and Exhibit F, I show we received on February 27th. And then Exhibit G and Exhibit H were provided to us on April 6th.
Okay, thank you. Before I forget, do the people have any objection to me reviewing these videos?
No, I got her.
All right. Nelson, go ahead. Your first argument is the untimeliness of the videos.
Yes, Your Honor.
What's your second argument?
Our second argument is that the videos contain, a number of the videos contain inadmissible hearsay. In Order P-109, the court ruled that the rules of evidence apply in a capital sentencing proceeding and excluded a number of the defense's tendered videos on this basis. And so the same rule we submit must, of course, apply to the prosecution's videos as well. I would note, and Ms. Tisha McGuire can address this, that during the break I learned that the prosecution, she's intending to do some redactions to the videos, addressing some of the issues that I plan to raise with the court. So I won't spend a significant amount of time discussing those. But the redactions don't address all of the hearsay issues that we have with the videos. Exhibit B, which is a video of deceased victims' loved ones discussing the impact of the loved one's passing, consists almost entirely of hearsay. It's a very similar argument to the argument that the prosecution made with respect to some of the mitigation videos that we submitted. And those statements are being offered, we presume, for the truth of the matter that they assert and should be excluded under 801 and 802. The same argument applies to Exhibit F, which consists entirely of hearsay. And there are some exhibits C and D and H contain song lyrics and music, and the prosecution has indicated that they will redact the music, but we just for the record object on hearsay grounds with respect to the music and the song lyrics for the same reasons that the court excluded the music from our videos. And there are also some words on a screen in Exhibit H that appear to be a poem of some sort. The prosecution, my understanding, is also going to redact those as well. And the same applies to Exhibit A and G to the extent that any of the words that are spoken on those videos are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. And I would just like to make a record that the admission of any hearsay testimony in these videos would not only violate the prohibition against hearsay, but would violate Mr. Holmes' state and federal constitutional rights to confrontation, due process, and a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding, as Mr. Holmes would have no ability to confront or rebut the testimony and statements contained in these videos. And we cite to Crawford v. Washington, 541 U.S. 36, 2004, Gardner v. Florida, 430 U.S. 349, 1977, which held that the petitioner was denied due process of law, when the death sentence was imposed, at least in part, on the basis of information which he had no opportunity to deny or explain.
What was the last case? Gardner
versus Florida.
Thank you.
United States versus Brown, 441, F. 3rd, 1330, 11th Circuit case from 2006, explaining that the Confrontation Clause applies at capital sentencing. And People versus Walters, 821 P. 2nd, 887, Colorado Court of Appeals case from 1991. As well as the U.S. Constitutional Amendments 5, 6, 8, 14, and the Colorado Constitution, Article 2, Section 16, 20, 23, and 25. Our next argument is that some of the videos contain footage that is irrelevant to any material issue at sentencing. Exhibit A contains some footage at the conclusion of the video. Well, first, we would submit that Exhibit A does not appear to be probative of anything that is relevant in a capital sentencing hearing, but it also contains a portion of a video of an individual who is not the deceased victim in the case dancing to a song. So that is clearly irrelevant to any issue in a capital sentencing proceeding in this case. Exhibits E and F we submit are not probative of this deceased victim's personal characteristics or the impact of the crime on his family. And in Exhibit G is another one that my understanding is the prosecution is going to redact. It's an hour-long video of Ms. Mosher Sullivan opening Christmas presents, and there are portions of that video that we submit are clearly irrelevant, but I won't make any additional arguments on that point until I see the redacted video. Third, and this is a global objection to all of the videos should be excluded pursuant to Colorado Rule of Evidence 403, as well as Mr. Holmes' state and federal constitutional rights to due process, fundamental fairness, a fair and impartial jury, and a fair and reliable sentencing proceeding, because they have the potential to cause unfair prejudice or arouse undue sympathy, which may overwhelm the proceedings with emotion. And we cite Payne versus Tennessee, People versus District Court, which is 834 P. 2nd, 181, Colorado case from Supreme Court case from 1992. People versus Tennyson, 788 P. 2nd, 786, Colorado Supreme Court, 1990. As well as the U.S. Constitutional Amendments 5, 6, 8, and 14, as well as Colorado Constitution Article 2, Sections 16, 20, 23, and 25. And we also incorporate by reference all points and authorities cited in Motion D-166. While the defense objects to all of the videos in their exhibits C, D, and H, which are photo montages set to music, have a particular potential to violate Mr. Holmes' rights to due process in Rule 403. A number of courts have expressly disfavored victim impact videos that were produced for a memorial service contain lengthy photo montages, including photographs of adult victims as children, or are accompanied by evocative music. And we understand that they're willing to redact the music, but we still have remaining objections about the rest of the videos. I would say to State versus Hess, 23 Atlantic 3rd, 373, a New Jersey Supreme Court case from 2011. United States versus Sampson, 335, F sub 2nd, 166, a federal case from the District of Massachusetts in 2004. Salazar versus State, 118 Southwest 3rd, 880, a Texas Court of Appeals case from 2003. And our final argument is that the videos are likely, although we understand the court can't make a cumulative determination until other evidence in the case is admitted, but we would note that the videos are likely to be cumulative in some fashion to the anticipated testimony based on what was disclosed in P83. And we would cite Colorado Rule of Evidence 403. And for the foregoing reasons, the defense respectfully requests that the court issue an order precluding the introduction of these videos into evidence at any sentencing hearing in the case. And we would note that we do not object, Your Honor, to the prosecution playing these videos for the court when Mr. Holmes is formally sentenced following the jury's verdict in this case. But we do object to them being played at a sentencing hearing before the jury.
All right, thank you. Ms. Fish-McGuire, are you going to respond?
Thank you.
Senator, first, if I could address the defense's untimeliness argument. The prosecution did not become into receipt of any of these videos until the date they were discovered to the defense. What happened, frankly, is that it's difficult for victims' family members to want to try to find these things, and so as soon as the victims' family members found the videos and tendered them to the prosecution, we turned them over to the defense in their entirety at that point in time. I'll note that particularly the victim impact video from Veronica Mosier-Sullivan, her grandfather didn't even know the video existed and that he still had it. All the other videos that he had were stolen from his house shortly after July 20th of 2012. And then he luckily happened upon this one video of Veronica and then contacted me when he did. Additionally, the prosecution didn't receive the defense disclosures from what they intended to admit during the sentencing phase. And at that time, the prosecution became aware that the defense intended to introduce several videos of the defendant, and from the defendant's childhood, other times of the defendant's life. And so, frankly, we think that justice due to the accused is due to the accuser also, and believe that it would be important that since the defendant gets to be alive in this courtroom today, the victims who don't have that opportunity could have their videos shown in the courtroom. Additionally, the people would note, while it's certainly, the people would want to tender this discovery to the defense as soon as possible, obviously we still tendered all of this evidence way before the prosecution became into receipt of Dr. Woodcock's report, which the court knows was extremely late. And also, we would just note that the prosecution would, Your Honor, like to redact these videos, and the prosecution only has videos from 4 of the 12 deceased victims. That's all we intend to introduce at the sentencing phase, and with the court's permission, I would like to tender the redacted portions of these videos by noon tomorrow. We apologize, but our paralegal became ill this week, and so if we could, with the court's permission, have until noon tomorrow to tender those videos, we'd appreciate it. Additionally, Your Honor, in terms of their argument about inadmissible hearsay, prosecution is certainly not offering any of the voices that would be heard on the videos for the truth of the matter asserted. Rather, it would be to try to show the personality of these victims while they were still alive. And the prosecution would agree to redact any music and also poems or words other than, the words of our victims or the words that may be on a tombstone from the exhibits that we would introduce. In terms of their argument that the video is irrelevant, frankly, that victim impact video is about Jessica Gowie, and she dreamed of being a hockey player news correspondent, and that's what that video depicts. It's her interviewing a hockey player. So we couldn't find a way that it would be more probative or more relevant of her life. The prosecution agrees with the defense that we do not need to play the last part of that portion of that video. It's just of the hockey player and not of Miss Gowie. So we would agree to that redaction as well. And then in terms of their argument that the 403 argument, this is not a case where the probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. This is a sentencing hearing, and the purpose of victim impact evidence, it's relevant to the jury's decision as to whether or not the death penalty should be imposed. It demonstrates the loss to the victim's family and to society, which has resulted from the victim's homicide, which is from Payne v. Tennessee, 501 U.S. 808 at 827, 1991. And then in terms of The defense's argument that this evidence would be cumulative. Frankly, videos that depict living victims is absolutely not cumulative of testimony of their parents speaking about the great losses to their families. And so we would ask that the court consider that as well. And then finally, Your Honor, I would like to cite to the court several cases which I think may help the court with these determinations. One is People v. Kelly, which is 171 P3rd 548, which is a California Supreme Court case from 2007. In that case, the California Supreme Court heard that a jury who watched a 20-minute video tribute of a young woman who had been raped, robbed, and murdered by her personal trainer. The video was narrated by the girl's adoptive mother and included stock footage and songs by singer-songwriter Enya. And the Supreme Court upheld the admission of that video. Also, People v. Zamudio, which is Zamudio, and that is another California Supreme Court case from 2008, 181 P3rd 105. In that case, the jury viewed a 14-minute montage of still photographs of 79 and 74-year-old victims who were murdered by their neighbor and narrated by the victims' children. It portrayed the victims from early on in their childhood, shortly before their deaths. I'd also cite to the court State v. Allen, which is 994 P2nd 728 at 751, which is a New Mexico Supreme Court case from 1999, which featured a 3-minute video clip of teenage female victim on a camping trip with her friends. I would cite to the court People v. Bramit, which is BRAMIT, 46 California 4th 1221 at 1240, which is a California Supreme Court case from 2009, which is a 3-minute photo montage of an adult male victim's humble beginnings in New Mexico. I would cite to the court State v. Gray, 887 Southwest 2nd 369 at 389, which is a Missouri Supreme Court case from 1994, which allowed a home video of brief but unknown length showing young murdered sisters celebrating the Christmas holiday with their family members. I would cite to the court People v. Brady, 236 P3rd 312 at 337, which is a California Supreme Court case from 2010, which is a 4-minute home video of a police officer enjoying the same holiday with his family shortly before his death. I would cite to the court State v. Bixby, Bixby, which is 698 Southeast 2nd 572, which is a South Carolina Supreme Court case from 2010, and the court held that the probative value of the videotape showing portions of one victim's funeral was not outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, the sentencing phase, and that the evidence was victim impact evidence that showed trappings of a funeral demonstrating the general loss suffered by society. I would also state to the court Whitsley v. State, which is WHITTLESEY v. State, 665 A 2nd 223 at 250 and 251, which is a Maryland Supreme Court case from 1994, which in that one includes a 90-second clip of a victim playing a piano used to demonstrate that they were an accomplished musician. There's also State v. Leon, 132 P3rd 462, and that's 464 through 468, which is an Idaho Court of Appeals case from 2006, which also included video montages. And then I would cite to the court United States v. Wilson, which is 493 F sub 2nd 491 505, which is an Eastern District of New York case from 2007. And that impact video was a 20-minute television interview with a deceased policeman discussing the hazards of his undercover work. Also, People v. Prince, which is 156 P3rd 1015 at 1091, which is a California Supreme Court case from 2007, which is a 25-minute interview with a high school student who was profiled by a local television station before they were murdered. And then I would also cite to the court Hicks v. State, which is 940 Southwest 2nd 855 856, which is Arkansas Supreme Court case from 1997, which is a 14-minute video that was played to the jury. Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Tish McGuire, you're not contesting that the rules of hearsay apply in a sentencing hearing. You're not changing your position on that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor. So I'm just saying that we wouldn't be offering the statements for the truth of the matter asserted.
And so, as you heard, part of the argument that Ms. Nelson made was, I ruled before that some videos that defense wanted to introduce were not admissible in a sentencing hearing because I agreed with the prosecution's position that hearsay is not admissible, and the hearsay rule applies in a sentencing hearing just as much as it applies in a trial, with some exceptions, some constitutional rare exceptions, or with some exceptions to the hearsay rule, which we're all familiar with. And so you're saying these videos are not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
The statements made in the videos are not being, offered for the truth of the matter. We're just trying to show the personality of the victims.
And so that you're distinguishing these videos from the videos that were excluded by the court in the motion that was filed by the defense?
And I am, Your Honor, because in those videos, those were people who were familiar with the defendant, who were trying to offer their statements for the truth of the matter asserted about, to influence the jury at the victim impact stage. And our point is to not do that. It's just to show the personality of victims who can't testify because they're no longer alive.
Okay. All right. Ms. Nelson, how are these different from the home videos that you want to introduce with respect to your client? In terms of the hearsay objection, how are these different than the home videos that you want to introduce with respect to your client?
Well, we're not necessarily introducing the home videos for the truth of the matter asserted either, but I would note that not all of the videos that they're attempting to introduce are home videos of living victims. There is at least one of the exhibits is a video of two surviving family members and loved ones discussing the victim, and that's very similar to the videos of mitigation witnesses that the defense concluded are inadmissible. And I do, just in response briefly to the other arguments.
Hold on, before we move on. Ms. Fish-McGuire, are you intending to redact that portion?
Yeah, Your Honor, we do not intend to introduce that. I'm sorry, I meant to clarify that.
Okay, so let's set that aside for a moment because they're apparently going to redact that. So they're not intending to introduce that. So assuming that we don't have statements like that and we have the videos, the rest of the videos or the rest of the videotaped material, how is it different, or is it different than the types of videos you're intending to introduce, just for purposes of hearsay?
Well, Your Honor, hearsay covers, prohibits statements, out-of-court statements that are offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So we aren't asserting, I have to be honest, off the top of my head, can't think of all of the videos that we're intending to introduce, but I don't think that those would be offered for the truth of the matter asserted. So, we've made the argument about the hearsay with respect to their videos. If they're not offering it for the truth of the matter asserted, then it has to be admissible for some other purpose. That's my argument on that.
Okay.
And I just want to make clear, Your Honor, with respect to the timeliness issues and the argument that, well, we're submitting these videos and so they're submitting these, now they're going to submit these videos too, is that the definition of mitigation under the law and under U.S. Supreme Court case law and the definition of victim impact evidence is different. The Constitution requires and specifies that the background and character of the defendant, as well as anything that the jury, that may cause a juror to consider a life sentence over a death sentence, is constitutionally admissible mitigation. And so I wanted to make sure that I made the point that the definition of mitigation and the definition of victim impact evidence is not the same. And with respect to that argument as well, I don't think these victim impact videos could constitute rebuttal evidence to our mitigation videos in any way, shape, or form. And so the fact that we decided to, they made their decisions about what they were going to endorse in P83, and we made our decisions about what we were going to endorse in our disclosures under 32.1. And so
that doesn't excuse the untimeliness. Okay. All right, let's move on. Should we move on to the jail records? Yes. Okay. Who wants to go first?
Your Honor, I will. I considered the court's suggestion that at some point we're able to get a list of people and provide that to the defense, and I understand where the court's going with that. Respectfully, I'd suggest we sort of do it in the opposite way for this reason. I can't know who has come and visit him in the jail that may be someone we're not aware of, that we would like to be aware of. And I can't know everyone that has gone out there that may have a privilege attached. So what I would respectfully suggest is that instead that list, that log, be provided to the court and to defense counsel, and that they be given a time that they go through and they strike who they believe they have a privilege to keep us from finding out about, which I totally respect. And then we would get the remaining list of names, and we'd be able to do our due diligence about who's had contact with the defendant that we didn't know about beforehand, or even be able to check them against things they've said previously.
Okay. Who wants to address this on behalf of the defense? If you would go to the podium, please, or use the mic at the table, either way.
Sure. What does the court want me to do? Does the court want me to address what Mr. Brockler just said, or does the court want me to address the entire issue, or
both?
Well, with regard to what Mr. Brockler said, I think that the end of that procedure would result in a list of 0, because we're asserting that everything that's on that list is protected by attorney-client privilege, with the exception, perhaps, if the court found this to be the case, of visitation by mental health professionals who have been endorsed to render opinions about sanity. And so, with regard to those visitations, as I previously indicated to the court, those have all been provided to the prosecution. They know when each one of our professionals has visited, what date they visited, how long they were there. They have the notes of each individual visit from every one of our doctors who went in and conducted these evaluations. As such, I see absolutely no reason why they need to receive the same information, identical information from a secondary source, when we run the risk that our attorney-client privilege might be impinged. So our position is that we rest on the original pleading that we filed in the order that's before this court that precludes their access to these records, and we object to them obtaining the records.
Does anybody have any authority on whether jail visit logs are privileged? Seems to me that's what's at the heart of the matter. I mean, either these records are privileged or they're not, and if they're privileged, then they're entitled to protect that privilege, and if they're not, then the people may be entitled to the information.
Your Honor, I don't have any record at all that would suggest that they are de facto privilege or presumed privilege in the absence of some other attorney-client relationship, and it seems like that party asserting the privilege would have to come up with that support. If the court would permit me to sort of respond a bit to Mr. King's point, to some extent what we're hearing, and I think Mr. Worman addressed this in the last time we started talking about this, was the idea that they've told us the things that they think that we're entitled to know, and that should be good enough for us. That's not a standard for anything, Judge. There's no protection here for them to meet. I'll give the court another couple examples. We've become aware of the fact that the Sheriff's Department, the Sheriff's Office, instituted a special procedure for Mr. Holmes to meet with his parents outside of the normal requirements of having those conversations videotaped the way we would do anyone else that comes into the jail to meet with them. Well, we're entitled to know when and for how long the parents met with them. The fact that even if defense counsel had been with the parents can't transform that meeting into a privileged meeting. In fact, it would violate the privilege to have someone there who's not part of that relationship. But there are other things like that we should be entitled to explore. And so the idea that, hey, we're just going to say anybody and everybody that's ever met with our client is part of this 1390, 100 at sec privilege, Judge, that's just not good faith, and that's not accurate. We're entitled to check who's met with him against the other records that we have. We shouldn't have to rely on what the defense is willing to tell us outside of privilege. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. King, you're not just objecting to the disclosure of records that show visits by you or one of your colleagues, but anyone who's not an expert, right? Anyone who's not an expert on the issue of sanity.
Well, and this is what we were worried about, Judge, is this started out as a request for the visitation of the medical professionals. And now it turns out what they're actually looking for is the visitation of Mr. Holmes' parents. So we're claiming that attorney-client privilege would apply to every visitation when we as attorneys were present in the jail. And I can tell the court that every time his parents have visited, well, there have been attorneys from the defense present.
All right. Does anybody have any authority for the court on this issue?
I do not, Judge, have any specific authority on whether attorney-client privilege pertains to jail records, but my argument would certainly be that given the fact that there are attorneys visiting the client, that attorney-client privilege is implicated.
Even if there's a third party present?
Even if there's a third party present, Judge, this isn't a situation where we're, divulging information in a public scenario or anything like that. This is a confidential visitation in the jail.
Okay, well, I guess I'll take it under advisement. I mean, nobody's providing authority. I'll have to research it and see what I come up with. So it seems clear to me that at a minimum, the prosecution is entitled to know the experts who have been retained for purposes of opining on the issue of sanity. I mean, the defense has indicated that has been provided already. If it's been provided, the privilege, to the extent that there is a privilege, has been waived. If there is a privilege, I don't even know if there would be a privilege with respect to experts. And the question is whether the rest of the records are protected by some type of privilege or not, and whether the records are protected to include if one of the attorneys was present when one of the experts was present. Would that require some kind of redaction so that it would not be disclosed? And since neither side is providing any authority, I'll have to look into it and see what I can find out. So I'm
sorry to interject, but if I may provide the court with an authority.
Sure. Yes.
I just wanted to make the point that Mr. Holmes, this is a capital case, and Mr. Holmes' parents are witnesses, endorsed witnesses by the defense for the sentencing portion of this trial in the event that there is a sentencing portion of the case. And I would cite to Hutchinson versus People, 742, P. 2nd, 875, Colorado Supreme Court, 1987, in which the Colorado Supreme Court held to safeguard the defense attorney's ability to provide the effective assistance guaranteed by these constitutional provisions. It is essential that he be permitted full investigative latitude in developing a meritorious defense on his client's behalf. This latitude will be circumscribed if defense counsel must risk a potentially crippling revelation to the state of information discovered in the course of investigation, which he chooses not to use at trial.
I'm familiar with Hutchinson, but Hutchinson is not on point. I mean, Hutchinson is talking about information that is discovered during the course of an investigation. We're not talking about the contents of any visits. We're talking about a log that shows who visited. It's not what was said, it's whether anyone visited or not. And so I know that Hutchinson was one of the cases you cited in your motion to the court before Judge Sylvester, my predecessor, entered the ex parte order. But I think Hutchinson is different. I don't think Hutchinson is particularly helpful. So, again, I'll look into it and see if I can come up with any authority. Let's move on to the last issue, and that is the pregnancy issue. So, who wants to go first?
I can, again, Your Honor.
And I actually have some supplemental argument and authority I'd like to make with respect to the two arguments we made yesterday as well, yesterday afternoon after the lunch break.
On what issue? On this pregnancy issue?
On the issue with respect to the motions in limine that we raised with respect to the medical treatment of the surviving victims' injuries, as well as the issue pertaining to victims testifying at this point to evidence that is undisputed and cumulative. I found some additional authority, and I had the opportunity to review the prosecution's authority that they cited in open court. So
I haven't had that chance yet, so I need to do that. If you want to cite additional authority, I'll take that.
Very well. I can do that last thing, or I can address the issue of the pregnancies and the miscarriages now.
What's the additional authority on the other issue?
Well, Your Honor, yesterday, Mr. Orman made a statement that was along the lines of, this thing that they're not disputing anything. I've never heard of a case discussing this. If they're disputing something, if they're not disputing something, they can plead guilty.
Hold on, let me just stop you. I just need the additional authority because I haven't read it yet. So let me do that. I'm not intending to take additional argument at this point. I just want whatever additional authority you want me to review.
Your Honor, I'm providing context for the authority that I'm citing.
Okay.
The context is that in response to Mr. Orman's argument, I said to the court that the fact that this testimony and this evidence is undisputed is relevant or bears upon the 401-403 analysis. That was my response to Mr. Orman's argument. And I uncovered some case law supporting that position that I would like to cite to the court.
Okay, what's that case law?
There are a number of cases that discuss the fact that whether or not evidence is disputed or not bears upon the probative value of that evidence. I'd first cite the case to Usem versus People. That's Y-U-S-E-M versus People, 210 P. 3rd 458, a Colorado Supreme Court case from 2009, in which the court noted that the balancing required by Colorado Rule of Evidence 403 contemplates the consideration of such factors as the importance of the fact of consequence for which the evidence is offered, the strength and length of the chain of inference is necessary to establish the fact of consequence, the availability of alternative means of proof, whether the fact of consequence for which the evidence is offered is being disputed, and if appropriate, the potential effectiveness of a limiting instruction in the event of such admission. In addition, Your Honor,
Ms. Nelson, I'm not sure if I'm communicating this clearly. I'm not intending to take additional argument. I just want the authority. I can read the case law. If you want to give me additional case law, I'll take it. I haven't had time yet to read the cases that were cited yesterday, either by you or by Mr. Orman. I am not inclined at this time to take additional argument. I just want to give you an opportunity to cite cases for me, if you wish to do that. Would you like to cite some cases?
Your Honor, I would like to cite some cases, and when I was reading from the case to provide the court with some context for why I was citing the case.
I can read.
I understand that, Your Honor, but I am defense counsel for Mr. Holmes in a capital case, and I am trying to make a supplemental record about an issue that I raised to the court yesterday.
All right. Ms. Nelson, I'm going to say this one last time. I haven't had a chance to read the authority that was cited by the prosecution and by you yesterday. I would like to do that first. I am not intending to have additional argument at this time. If you would like me to review other cases in addition to the one that you cited yesterday, I'll give you an opportunity to do that so that I can review it. We may or may not have additional argument. If you want to make an additional record later, I will give you that opportunity, but not right now. I would like to first read those cases before we move on. So, are there any other cases that you would like for me to read with respect to that issue?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Other than the one that you just cited, 210 Pacific 3rd 458, what else do you have?
People versus McClelland, McClelland, and that's a Colorado Court of Appeals case from January 15th, 2015, and it is such a recent case that I only have the Westlaw site. It is 2015 WL Westlaw 186-962. And I would request, Your Honor, an opportunity to make a supplemental argument when the court has reviewed that authority, because I believe that I made an incomplete record yesterday regarding some constitutional provisions and some of the concerns that we have in this case. So I would request an opportunity to make additional argument at some point after the court has had the opportunity to review this authority.
Okay, no problem. All right, now back to the issue of the pregnancy. Go ahead.
Just a moment. So the way that we view this issue is that there's the issue of the victims who were in the theater who were pregnant, and then the issue of Ms. Mosier, who unfortunately was pregnant and also miscarried.
Let's take the latter issue first.
The issue of the miscarriage, Your Honor?
Yes.
The issue of the miscarriage, I think our argument, it goes back to the argument that we were making yesterday with respect to the what is probative about these injuries to the counts that are charged in the indictment. As I mentioned to the court yesterday, we concede based on the case law that limited and brief testimony about the nature of the injuries can be construed as some circumstantial evidence, potentially, of intent. But the issue of a miscarriage, while a very tragic injury, Your Honor, is somewhat different, especially in a case where there's no evidence that the defendant had any knowledge whatsoever that any of these victims in the theater were pregnant, and there's no evidence whatsoever that there was an intention to harm the unborn child, certainly. Especially here, unfortunately, there were other serious physical injuries that Ms. Mosier suffered that may be admissible as potentially probative in some circumstantial way of state of mind. But because of the nature of the miscarriage, that argument just doesn't apply. The rationale for why injuries are relevant to the attempted murder counts, it doesn't apply in the same way to the issue of a miscarriage.
You said that this was a tragic injury, and so do you concede that this constitutes an injury?
I was not able to find any case law directly on that point, Your Honor.
Well, what did you mean when you said this was a tragic injury?
Well, it's a very tragic situation.
But you said this was a tragic injury.
It was a loss that Ms. Mosier suffered.
When you said a tragic injury, were you referring to Ms. Mosier?
I was referring to Ms. Mosier, Your Honor. Now, the issue of whether or not it's an injury, I'm not sure that...
Well, you said this was a tragic injury.
Well, Your Honor, I understand what I said, and I'm now trying to explain myself. I'm sorry if I was inartful. The issue is, serious bodily injury, again, is not an element of attempted murder. And so, whether it fits the legal definition of an injury or not, the question is whether this evidence can fairly be seen as potentially probative in some way of state of mind. And because of the nature of the relevant circumstances in this case and the fact that there's no evidence whatsoever that Mr. Holmes was aware that any of these victims in the theater were expecting babies,
well,
it's not probative in the same way. So whether or not it's an injury,
you admitted a moment ago that brief evidence of injury is admissible. And so it seems to me the first question I have to decide is, was this an injury? When a woman is shot, and as a result of that shooting or being shot, she loses a pregnancy, is that an injury? Was she injured?
Well, I think that our position is taking a step back, that it's evidence, whether it's evidence of an injury or some other kind of evidence. The question with respect to all evidence is whether that evidence is relevant to a material issue in the case, whether it makes a material fact in the case more probable or less probable. So whether it's construed as an injury, whether it's construed as a tragic loss, however you want to interpret whatever a miscarriage is, which is it's very, very tragic what happened here. However you construe it, the question is not ultimately whether it's an injury. The question is whether it can fairly be considered as circumstantial evidence of intent. Our argument is that given the facts of this case, it can't. And it's prejudicial for obvious reasons, and it has very little probative value. That's our argument.
So is your position that this is an injury or not?
We're not taking a position necessarily on whether it is an injury. We're taking a position about the probative value versus the prejudicial effect of this proffered evidence.
You said that Ms. Mosher suffered other injuries, and I infer from what you were saying that you meant that the prosecution can present evidence of those other things, those other injuries, and they don't need or they don't have to present evidence of the pregnancy. Is that what you were saying? That because she has other injuries, then the evidence of the pregnancy is then inadmissible?
Well, those other injuries are probative. We're making a distinction between the injuries in terms of their probative value. So, yes, the probative value of the other injuries that she suffered are similar to the probative value of other injuries of surviving victims in the case. But our argument is that evidence of a miscarriage is different.
So you think that because she suffered other serious injuries, then evidence of the pregnancy, the termination of the pregnancy, is inadmissible?
Well, we think that it goes to the 401, 403 analysis, Your Honor.
Well,
it goes to how much how much probative value that evidence has then, in light of the other evidence that's available to prove the counts that are charged in the indictment.
What if she hadn't incurred any other injuries? What if the only thing that happened to her, and the only thing sounds like this is not a big thing, and obviously any termination of pregnancy is, but what if that's all there was, is the termination of pregnancy? Then in that case, would it be inadmissible?
I don't know, Your Honor. I think it would depend on the facts. Those aren't the facts that are before us.
Okay. Thank you. Who wants to respond on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, at this stage, do you still just want us to talk about the miscarriage and not pregnancy in general?
Yes.
Okay. So the people's argument, Your Honor, is that, if you ask a million mothers are going to tell you that a gunshot causing a miscarriage is an injury. You asked Ashley Mosher, who's lost everything in her life, her 6-year-old's murdered, she's paralyzed, and she had a miscarriage, she can't have children ever again. It's a substantial injury. And it's important to her to get to testify about that. And it's important to the people when we're trying to prove both attempted murder after deliberation and attempted extreme indifference murder, that these are circumstances that evidence complete indifference to human life. There was evidence presented today that the defendant was in that theater and walking around the theater while observing the patrons of that theater. Katie Medley testified that she was 9 months pregnant. I think there is circumstantial evidence that the defendant could have observed pregnant women. In fact, 4 of our injured victims were pregnant in this case, not to mention other patrons of the movie theater. I think it's a fact of this case that several victims were pregnant, including Ashley Mosher, and frankly, in like the Paul's graph sense of the word, Your Honor, the defendant is the proximate cause of those injuries, and there's no intervening cause. And I think also in a different sense, of like an eggshell plaintiff sense, you take your victims as you find them. You take your victims if they're elderly. You take your victims if they're well, and you take your victims if they're pregnant. And I think that also, potentially, in certain cases, the fact that you're pregnant can exacerbate your condition, and potentially you're also more at risk at that point of death. And these are attempted murder counts that we're trying to prove in this case. So we would argue that, in fact, this is evidence of injury. It's extraordinarily probative of this case, and it's not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice when the jury's going to hear that this woman's 6-year-old daughter was murdered. That's certainly a more prejudicial fact than her miscarriage, even though they're both tragic.
What other injuries did she suffer?
she's paralyzed, and I mean, she was shot, and she will testify about all that, and she also has extreme nerve damage, and is in pain every day.
What about the argument that these other injuries that are serious make the evidence of the pregnancy being terminated inadmissible under 403?
And I don't see any authority for that. I haven't read any cases that say that that's true. Frankly, Mr. Nolan testified, and how do you judge which one is more unfairly prejudicial? The arm that has a graph of a tattoo on it, or the leg that's half shot off? They're both horrific, and I don't think one is more unfairly prejudicial than the other.
What about the rest of the women who were there who were pregnant? How many of them were there?
Well, I don't know total, Your Honor, because all victims never contacted us in this case, but 4 victims who will testify in this case were pregnant at the time of the shooting.
And why is that probative? Why is it relevant that they were pregnant if they did not suffer any injury related to the pregnancy?
And, Your Honor, I think the court made a good distinction at the bench yesterday, and I think that that's a distinction that the people think is important for the court to look at. There's, frankly, 2 Colorado cases on point, Your Honor. I don't know if the court already found those, but one is People v. Manier, which is M-A-N-I-E-R, 518 P. 2nd, 811, Colorado 1974 case. And that case says that in that case, it was okay to talk about the victim's pregnancy because it was res justi in that case, because the prosecution's theory that the defendant in that case was motivated by the fact that that victim was married to another man and was carrying that man's child. There's another case that's distinguishable, which is a Colorado Court of Appeals case from 1986, People v. Martinez, which is 734 P. 2nd, 650 at 652. And in that case, the Colorado Court of Appeals said that the trial court erred in admitting evidence that the victim was pregnant and was 5 months pregnant at that time because the defendant didn't have knowledge. The court found that it was harmless error, but error nonetheless. So I think the distinction that the courts in Colorado were looking at is that is the fact of pregnancy relevant to somehow show why a witness acted the way they did? So, for instance, when the court ruled the other day about Miss Bailey's testimony, the court made the distinction that that's why she was babysitting this person at this time, because Miss Mosier needed to go out and have an ultrasound that day, and that's why she was babysitting. Similarly, I think Miss Medley's testimony yesterday was relevant because she explained why she had to abandon her husband in the movie theater, because at that point in time, she thought it was more important to save the one thing she had left, her 9-month-old baby at the time. And so I think that it's important for the prosecution to make those distinctions. And I also think that, perhaps it also may be relevant to explain why a witness acted the way they did at the time. Just like a mother would dive over their child to protect them, so would they do the same to protect their unborn child. So I think that if the prosecution can make an offer of proof to the court that it is relevant to the testimony of why the victim acted the way they did at the time, then we would ask that that evidence be admissible in this case, and I think that's consistent with the case law of both Martinez and Manier.
With respect to women who were pregnant, other than Ms. Mosier, I intend to continue to proceed the way I did before, and that is there has to be some probative value to the evidence, otherwise it's inadmissible. You can't just bring it up, and witnesses can't just bring it up, and so you need to talk to your witnesses and make sure that they don't mention that unless you have raised that issue with the court outside the presence of the jury and you've made an offer of proof, and I have ruled after listening to both sides that it is admissible. There has to be probative value, so it has to be admissible under 401 and 402, and then it has to be admissible under Rule 403, meaning that the probative value of the evidence can't be substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice or by any of the concerns that are listed in Rule 403, including cumulative evidence, including confusion of the issues, including all the other concerns in Rule 403. With respect to Ms. Mosier, I've thought a lot about this, and I agree with the people. I think it's an injury, and I think it's admissible. It's probative. It is a serious injury. I think Ms. Nelson called it a tragic injury initially, although she later, I think, backed away from that. I do think it is a tragic injury, and I think that the fact that she had other serious injuries doesn't make it any less probative. I don't see how that makes it any less relevant, and I don't see how that makes it any less admissible under Rule 403. And if Ms. Mosher had been more fortunate and had only lost her pregnancy and had not suffered the other serious injuries that she suffered, it would still be admissible. We would not be in a position where we would be saying, well, she lost her pregnancy and that's not an injury to her, so the prosecution cannot present any evidence of injury related to her. I think that evidence of injury in this case is relevant to the charges that have been filed, specifically the types of attempted murder charges that have been filed. The prosecution has filed two types of attempted first-degree murder. One type alleges that the defendant took a substantial step toward the commission of murder in the first degree after deliberation and with intent, and murder in the first degree after deliberation and with intent alleges that the defendant unlawfully, feloniously, after deliberation and with the intent to cause the death of a person other than himself, caused the death of a particular victim. In this case, it would be Ms. Mosher. Of course, he is charged with attempt to murder Ms. Mosher. The other type of charge that has been filed by the prosecution with respect to Ms. Mosher is attempted first-degree murder, extreme indifference. And that charge alleges that the defendant took a substantial step toward the commission of the crime of first-degree murder, extreme indifference. And the crime of first-degree murder, extreme indifference, involves an allegation that the defendant unlawfully and feloniously, under circumstances evidencing an attitude of universal malice, manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life generally, knowingly engaged in conduct which caused a great risk of death to persons other than himself, and thereby caused the death of, in this case, the name of the victim would be Ms. Mosher. Again, he's charged with attempted murder with respect to her. So I think given those elements, I think evidence of injury is very relevant. Is it prejudicial? Yes, it's prejudicial, but it's not unfairly prejudicial. And certainly the danger for unfair prejudice does not substantially outweigh the probative value of the evidence. This is no different than other serious injuries that other victims have sustained. And if the defense wants me to consider giving some kind of limiting instruction to make sure the jury understands that the fetus is not the subject of a homicide count, or that it's not the subject of any charge in this case, I'm happy to entertain it, to at least consider it. That's not what the prosecution is intending to introduce this evidence for. They're introducing it for purposes of proving the two attempted murder charges that relate to Ms. Mosher. And not only does the evidence go to the elements of those charges, the evidence is also relevant with respect to the circumstances surrounding the shooting, the circumstances surrounding what took place allegedly here. And part of what it is alleged to have taken place and have resulted from the shooting is these injuries that these folks sustained. And I think that's part of the case that the prosecution is entitled to present. Again, there has to be some limits to the evidence, and I have discussed that. And yesterday I stopped Mr. Weaver when he started talking about how, as a result of his injuries, he got depressed, he gained weight, and there were other consequences. And I determined that went too far, and I stopped him. And I stopped him because that went beyond what I think the law allows in terms of injuries that are caused by the shooting. And the fact that serious bodily injury is not an element doesn't mean that all of this evidence is inadmissible. The fact that the defendant is not contesting this evidence doesn't mean that it's rendered inadmissible. Again, the people are not required to accept an offer of a stipulation. Also, the fact that the defendant may not have known that Ms. Mosher was pregnant does not render the evidence inadmissible. This is not a tort. case. This is not a personal injury civil action in which the prosecution has to prove some kind of foreseeable element. There's no foreseeability requirement. And so just because he may not have known that Ms. Mosher was pregnant doesn't mean that that injury is rendered inadmissible. So for all those reasons, I find that evidence related to the termination of the pregnancy of Ms. Mosher is admissible under 401, 402, and 403. All right, I'm going to take under advisement the other issues with respect to the jail log records and with respect to also the victim impact videos. Is there anything else at this time on behalf of the people?
Your Honor, I just wanted to clarify that people have the court's permission to submit those redacted videos to the court tomorrow by noon.
I said yes.
Okay, and is there a way the court would prefer that we label that pleading or anything? I mean, I'm not going to write anything, but just to give you the...
You can just mark them as an exhibit in support of the, or in response to the oral motion to exclude victim impact evidence made in open court on April 30, 2015. I think Ms. Nelson marked the CD that she gave me as exhibits A to H. A as in letter A as in apple, through H in support of oral motion to exclude victim impact videos made in open court on April 30, 2015. So you can mark it similarly.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Mr. Orman just told me that I should make my life easier and ask for the end of the day with the court's permission instead of noon.
Whatever, the sooner the better. So I'm not going to place a deadline on it, but we'll be in trial again on Monday. So I don't have to rule on this right away. And I may very well wait on that issue. I probably will try to address the jail log issue first. All right. Is there anything else on behalf of the defense at this time?
No, Judge.
All right. And Ms. Nelson, you need to remind me to give you an opportunity to make that record that you mentioned with respect to injuries after I have reviewed the authority that was provided. All right. Thank you, folks. The court will be in recess. Have a good weekend.